Greetings, everybody. My name is Coinstamp. Welcome on in to another episode of The Legend of Zelda, the second episode, in fact, of Tears of the Kingdom. Hopefully we're... Give me 1 second, everybody. Come on in tonight. No, I'm gonna be in here. Here. Pardon me. There's a rainstorm outside and my black lab is very scared. Come here, Midnight. So she's probably gonna get right between me or right. You gonna get under the desk, babe? That what you gonna do? Get under the desk or go outside. Sorry, this intro is awful. Hopefully we're all doing well in body and mind today, and I hope we enjoy our stay. Before we get started, I'm going to, of course, go over our subscribers and other like patrons and contributors in this month's cycle. Thank you very much to Brightwell at Michael DS and Mr. Rowan Darcy for their continued Prime subscription for Prime and Tier 1 subscriptions. Please enjoy all the benefits that come along with said subscription packages. Now, while I don't have any patrons, coffee members, or any one-off contributors this month, I would like to thank people who have donated in the past and or have used a Patreon or coffee package as well. Those are just $1, by the way, so if you've got $1 to chuck at someone, you know, why not get some free benefits along with that money you're spending? You get a lot for how relatively little you spend. Anyway, I believe it's this key. It sure is. Now, let me fix the light, and I'll tell you why I had it like this. Okay, I believe I'm sufficiently lit now. And just also wiggle some things. So as part of like the bookkeeping, upkeep, things like that, my air conditioning unit is broken. Part like maintenance order has to be put in on it. It's a relatively old a relatively old air conditioning unit, so I'm not really surprised. It's been here like 50 years, something like not. Yeah, 40, 50 is about right. Maybe a little bit less than that, but it's an old air conditioning unit. The only time it was ever really upgraded was when the last last homeowners were like actually owned this house that we're living in right now. So the parts break down a lot. And it's happening right in the midst of June, so it's not the worst for my particular state, but it is getting bad, which is why I kept the lights dark, because lights radiate heat, right? You want to keep that stuff down. Anyway, too long of an explanation, irrelevant for what we're doing. Hopefully, we're all getting nice, seated, and comfortable. I have updated the tech, so now I can, shift right back to this particular scene if I want to. I can also hide and just make sure I'm in the correct place. And I can bring all that stuff back pretty quickly at like the press of a keyboard button. Yeah, let me just double check and make sure I've not toggled anything off that should be. Oh, did I what did I put in for the Oh, right. I made a command. It is So as you can see, hi, I now have a little indicator on the screen blocking my face. That's by design. It's on purpose. I have that in place so that I've also even put in a little bit of a screen tint, so that, people know that, hey, I'm focused on something, give me a minute and I'll be right with you, or whatever. I've also got a new command that toggles off all that stuff. Having these nice little word arguments and Firebot's been such a huge blessing. It really, really has. You coming back, baby girl? You coming back, Midnight? Midnight. Junebug. Come in, you want to get under the desk? What? Come here. Okay. Go find some place to be. Go lay down. Go on. Sorry about that, everybody. That's what it's like when you own pets. Last time we got started on our nice little trip into the world of Hyrule once again, we discovered a prophecy, the imprisoning war. And I'm pretty sure that's supposed to be an analog of Ganondorf. Because we focused on the big bad Ganon himself in Breath of the Wild. I think it would be fitting if this turned out to be Ganondorf. I mean, that's like the humanoid form. I digress. Maybe it's a whole different entity. Maybe the Demon King and Ganon no longer exactly square up. You gonna get under the desk, Midnight? What you doing, hon? Midnight, sit down. Midnight, sit down. Okay. There's nothing under my desk for you, Midnight. Don't be sniffing around down there. Oh, sorry. Yeah, so there is there is inclement weather that could cause the stream to go out, but I'm gonna do my best anyway. You know, to keep things chugging along. Like I was saying, we basically started the beginning of the game. We picked up the Ultra Hand and the Fuse powers. We have now just picked up the Energy Cell, gift from a Zonine construct designed to be worn on a belt. It can power devices. We are going to be using that probably in whatever they're going to teach us next. So let's take a look at our log there. So let's head out toward the location in question. Now that we have the ability to fuse things or what have you. You know, all of this does check out. We did, in fact, have to, how do I word this? We did, in fact, you know, we knew that the time to... We were going to end up having to spend some time being depowered. It would be really wild if we were allowed to be at full power for an adventure. I actually think that would be really cool, and it became more of a story game in that respect. But you gonna lay down there, hon? Okay, you do that. Oh, we can actually break the individually fused parts, huh? Okay. Something to keep in mind, I suppose. Well, let's make our way to the cave system, because we're about to pick up on some other things. Crouching increases your stealth, making it easier to sneak. Yep. Sunset Firefly. This firefly glows gently in the dark. When cooked with monster parts, the compound that causes it to glow results in an elixir that will allow you to move more quickly. Yeah. And as you can see, there are multiple paths between A and B, and if we want this chest, we had better, like, we better get on with the show. What the heck? What caused the thing to, like, light up? Do I really want to know? Interesting. Okay, let's swap. Oh, actually, let's drop that, pick this up, equip this, and then fuse. Oh, we can't actually do that. Okay. Can we do it again? Fuse? No, we cannot. That's fine. So as you can see, we've gotten 2 Korok seeds, so I have permanently toggled the counter on. I'm pretty sure the same commands are supposed to work. I hope I don't have them disabled still. Let's see. I do, in fact, have these disabled. Let's fix that. Okay, if you guys want to help me with the counter, or you want to just fiddle around with the counter for yourselves, exclamation mark seed sow and a number. The number does have to be spaced, or seed shrink or seed grow. Will increment or decrement or set the counter to whatever you want. I do have the maximum set to 1000. I've got the same little applause marker and everything. So if you guys want to spam that, you're more than welcome. It's just meant to be a commemorative, celebratory thing. I don't have this type of thing set up on YouTube because I've been dealing with more logistical issues, and I would have to rework the counter entirely. Nice. Let's drop that and grab this chest. A tree branch with an added grip and excellent balance. Equip it and use it as a weapon. And then we can... Wah. Oh, this has already been pre-fused? I guess it has. Yeah, you can make your own weapons. You know... Fuse is like an excellent way to build up on top of the mechanic. I just think people are butthurt that weapons have durability. However, that's not really what we're here for, is it? I hope everybody enjoys the thumbnail. Discovery. Pondside Cave. Ooh. There's a lot more to this. Bright Bloom Seed. A seed that's often found in caves or wells. When struck, it will take root and bloom, giving off faint light from a small flower. Oh, you know, I bet you could make... I bet with, like, a monster part or something, we could probably, you know, make elixirs with it. An arrow diameter, like the key swings we're finding, dropped from a defeated Keese. Arrows and thrown weapons fly farther with this item attached. These mysterious orbs scan their surroundings. Take advantage of their glaring awareness and attach one to an arrow to grant it a homing quality. Wow. There's just a lot going on with this. And we have like a strange creature. Okay. What are we looking at here? Stick, stick, stick. What the heck? Okay. Ooh, but we got something new. What is this? Bubble Gem. A strange crystal left by defeating bubble frogs in caves. Its eerie blue glow may entice you to collect even more. It probably will. You know what else I'm gonna be enticed to do? Mine. Speaking of, though, we can make another rock hammer and break things. Giant Bright Bloom Seed, a seed that's found underground. When struck, it will take root and bloom, radiating a large amount of light from a big flower. Okay, let's break up some rocks. Flint. Strike it with a metallic weapon to generate a spark. This fire starter breaks after one use, but it can create a long-lasting flame if you strike it near firewood. Got it. So we're getting a lot of materials. Early on, we're going to be doing a lot of that. We're going to be constantly looting the environment. Let me swap to a bladed implement here. We're going to be doing a lot of that. We have to restart the farming all over again. Because if we don't do that, we're not making it through. Now, will this break? It sure will. So it's more like we're making a crude implement or whatever. Crystallized salt from the ancient sea, commonly used to season meals. Cannot be eaten in this form. Yup. A precious red ore mined from large ore deposits. Rubies contain the power of fire and have fetched a high price since ancient times. Understood. Let's walk through the cave system then. I find it so cool that Fuse is like such a way to like modify this already pretty robust. That is a mimic, guaranteed. Look at the teeth on this. You know it's a mimic. I guess let's take a thick stick to it. What? No, I guess the Zonai chests just look that way. Okay. Old-fashioned upper body wear. It's got some holes, but the soft cloth feels good to the touch. It's hard to keep it wrinkle-free. Okay. Let's wear this. Now we look a little bit more clothed. Now let's keep going. No, I could have... Right, we came in and now we head this way. And then we're back out of the cave system again. Now what do we have? Oh, we're learning all about the ability to make parts. Right. That's on this thing. Let's glue together a raft. We want it at least right there. That's the anchoring point. Once you learn the intricacies of the Ultra Hand, I mean, anything is possible. There's also the matter of these, like, ancient Zonai platforms. I did not intend to do that. Just... No, that's not what I wanted to do. Just like that. Okay, there's 5. We can probably make... I'm willing to bet that these barrels can then be used to, like... Oh, I wonder if... Yeah, actually, now that I'm thinking on it, let's rotate this and stick it on the back like this. And then we can stick these on the back like so. That's not what I wanted to do at all. Right. D-pad plus right stick. Okay. Oh, we have a Korok frond now, right? Hold on, let's see. Yes, so we can make like a little fan if we want to. How would I go about doing that, though? Oh, I guess we haven't even really talked to Rauru yet. Pretty sure that's you. The steward constructs were the first to be built. After that, we crafted others, suited to different roles. Culinary constructs, maker constructs. You'll find all sorts of them still active in this place. Some became so skilled within their specialties that they surpassed us. We began to learn from them instead. You should take time out to talk to them. They can teach you many things you might not yet know. I'm not chopping up anything until I know for sure. These river rafts are seriously damaged. They may be beyond repair. This could present a problem. The rafts are broken. The Zonai devices will be useless until they are fixed. Yes, they are tools that we employ. Do you not know of them? They are necessities here. I recommend that you learn how to use them. Though I cannot teach you, I am occupied with figuring out how we could possibly make repairs. Ask the construct next to the fan for more information. The rafts for crossing to the other side are broken. Transportation is on hold indefinitely. This is ordinarily where we send resources across the river. The only silver lining is that the Zonai devices are undamaged. Ah, it seems you do not know of Zonai devices. They are necessities around here. Allow me to explain. This green thing is called a Zonai device. The one you see here is a fan. You can produce wind on demand by striking it. They're self-evidently useful. We have a variety of Zonai devices for multitudinous purposes. Using Zonai devices does require energy. An external energy cell will be necessary in your case. Ah, you have one already. That is a relief. But perhaps a refresher explanation is in order. An energy cell stores the energy required to use Zonai devices. Its energy will replenish automatically while Zonai devices are not in use. Its capacity is not unlimited. Use the energy contained within wisely. Otherwise, you may run out at an inopportune moment. Or at inopportune moments, plural, excuse me. Pardon the long explanation. It does not change our need for a raft. Zonai devices are extremely useful. Think creatively and you will find many ways to employ them. Here, let me make a... Ah, we may have need of these parts. There are more materials near the water available for your use. I was gonna help you. Okay, you've told me I'm not allowed to use them. That's fine. Like I said, I was mostly trying to help. There are many types of constructs to be found in this land. Culinary constructs, maker constructs, and so forth. Some of them are better versed in their subjects than I. You might learn a few things by making time to speak with them. Okay, well we have the makings of something that resembles transportation. Just a little. Now, if we step on this... Come up here, like this. And then we can kind of move things along. And then we can repeatedly move things along, or we can go grab that treasure chest, which I should probably do. Yum! Let's eat some food here. Maybe another fire fruit? Oh, we just died. Wow, those hurt. Okay. Last save I believe puts us before the cave. Oh, there's probably some kind of auto-save feature now that I think about it. If that's the case, then... Oh, literally right down here. I will take those. What do we have here? A stam bulb? Yum. I do love me a good onion. I'm looking forward to... I haven't been told, no, I can't cook what's on the menu, what I put on the menu. So, provided that that's happening, I'm very much looking forward to being able to do that. Now, I can... also, I'm using the wrong one. Let's use that one. Nope. Rotate. Like so. Oh, well, we need a sturdy base for it to be on. Okay. That's fine. And one more tree ought to do it. And actually, without, like, having to go around and find things, what we can do is do something like this. And that should work all by itself. But we can... I feel like it would just be more complete if we did it like this. Or maybe if we stood the rock, yeah, like that. Like this. I know, I'm definitely over-engineering this big time, but... Oh, did that just... Okay, so it's not exactly firm glue. Interesting. Yeah, there's actually zero way that, this works as intended. It has to be exactly like that. Think simple, not complicated. Leave complicated for the glitch hunters. What do we have here? Is there a way we can... I don't think we can actually grab those is the problem. Oh, we probably have to attach, the thing to it. Which means we want to yoink this down. Like so. Stick to the bottom. And then I think that's the only other tree left. We've gotten them all. Yeah, there are no more trees in the area, so... rotate. Let's attach it like this. Really? We gotta be able to stick this, like, on something. Or... Oh! We can use this... to stick to other things. Unfortunately, this is a sloped surface, so... That isn't really gonna work. I feel like I'm kind of wasting my time, if I'm being honest. And I would be better off if I, like, climbed a different surface. Let's see. Reset. Move thing over this way. Maybe rotate so we can climb. it's 1 second, everybody. Sorry about that, everybody. I am back. I should also mention there might be a distinct possibility I need to end stream earlier than normal today. It just kind of depends on what the shopping arrangement looks like. My folks kind of want me to, like, go with them when they get the stuff for Thursday Plus, because I know what some of it looks like, whereas they definitely do not. Okay, we can now just kind of use these as platforms. Oh, Link, you don't need to crouch under that, buddy. All you gotta do is... Yeah, the Ultra Hand range is really short. It's really tough to, like... It's really tough to, like, get a hold of specific things. I guess it makes sense. It is a power that Link is not used to using. And I gotta figure out how to reach that, like, bottom part. Maybe like this. Nope. And I bet I'm back on the island as opposed to a floating block. I'm back. Yeah, I'm back on the root system and with no way up. I guess it's not entirely true. We do have means of getting up. We're just gonna have to do things the old-fashioned way. Although we can, in fact, get up to the roots without needing to do a whole bunch of extra fluff. That would be preferred. Oh, no. Just climb up this like normal Link. Oh, bird eggs. Give me bird eggs. Lots of them. And I'm also going to try to, like, hunt meat early. This meat is tougher and chewier than a standard steak. Tastes better cooked. I can imagine so. Yeah, we've got enough arrows for this. We might as well do that. Raw meat. Meat obtained from animals in plains and forests. You can eat it raw, but cooking it will make it more delicious and nutritious. All about them spawn tables. That was a bird, but we got raw meat instead of anything else. Let's drop down onto a tree and grab bird eggs. We have to cross. There's kind of no way otherwise. And yeah, we have to rebuild the thing. That's fine. So instead, what I'm gonna do is I'm going to destroy fused material, and I am going to drop a Korok frond and fuse and like make a fan with it. All right. Fuse these things together. I'm gonna hope it's not the case that more fans equal better, but maybe it probably does. Break that free. Staple that to the logs there. We gotta take everything that isn't nailed down to start with. Let's go ahead and attach that like so. Wiggle that out. And trees used to take 2, but then again, you know, trees taking 2 strikes was kind of one of those things that depended on, you know. Snap those into place. Yeah, instead what I'm gonna do is, you know, logically you would cap the ends so that you end up with, don't know where that fly came from, but it's fine. No, it's not what I wanted to do. How do we want to proceed here? And I presume chopping this makes wood, so yeah. Yeah, methinks chopping the barrel wasn't the smartest idea. Because now we have no way to make, like, half-sized attachments for the fans. We just have to put the fans on there, like, as is, on the side we want to be facing the our back end, and that's going to be this. Okay, we have our 3 rafts. Rotate this round and put it into the water. Oh, I can see what you mean. These have like a limited time, and I assume you smack them again when you no longer need them. But you just literally wave your weapon around at it. Interesting. So I have to be careful with every container I come across, because I just have no idea if I'm going to end up needing a container that's given to me or not. I will, however, take all these materials, though. Hello, Mr. Stewart Construct. Oh, are you going this direction? It is very late to be traveling. Hey there, Starnim on YouTube. Welcome on in. Good to see you. Hopefully you're doing well in both body and mind, and I hope you enjoy your stay. How are you doing, if you don't mind my asking? I myself am doing just fine. You love Zelda? I'm not the largest Zelda enthusiast, but I do generally like the franchise, and I look forward to discovering many beautiful things about Tears of the Kingdom and how it differs from Breath of the Wild. Starnim, if and you don't mind my asking, what is your level of experience with Tears of the Kingdom? It's something I generally tend to ask my audience when they come into my stream and they're definitely here for the first time, to kind of like gauge my audience's level of interest and familiarity. What's my favorite game? My personal favorite game is Metroid Prime 3 Corruption. That's like my top all-time favorite. I'm a huge Metroid fanboy. But in terms of the Legend of Zelda franchise, because that's what most people probably really care to hear about, that would be Skyward Sword. I recently, within like the last year, got Skyward Sword HD or / the remaster, and I've been having fun with that. Starnim on YouTube says I can give you tips whenever you want. Sure. I'll ask for them if I need them. Thank you very much for offering. I will, this is kind of a first time experience, like stream. Like, my past ones have been walkthroughs, and I think I'm going to continue that trend here. But I am kind of like taking time to learn the game before I spoil myself. I want to at least fiddle around with the controls and get all the powers and stuff. This mountain path is especially rugged. We also do read dialogue. I want to make sure I'm not like dropping conversation midway or something. I subbed. Thank you very much for that. I don't know what's going on with StreamerBot. I do have StreamerBot set up. Oh, you know what? I think I know what it is. The source it's keyed to isn't actually here for it to like make any audio or video references to. I'm gonna have to fix that. I normally have alerts for this type of thing. But thank you, Starnim. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much for your subscription. And, you know, I hope you continue to hang around and enjoy your stay and stuff. Before I get too carried away, I am going to... Why can I not type in this? Hold on. I use a multimedia manager for this. I'm having issues. Social Stream Ninja, why would you be doing this? I don't need to pause or mute the video. Oh, yeah, I also have 80 subs. Yeah, if you're referring to yourself, congratulations. If it's me, yeah, I've been fluctuating around 86 to 88 lately. I am looking to increase that count, but I know that requires me getting back on the bandwagon of making long-form content and shorts. And of course, that's not to mention having to compete against AI shorts or anything like that. I know of the... There's like this series of shorts that's been going around where like it's a pug that rescues people. It's entire AI slop. It's like good enough to be believable for a minute, but anyone like taking a second to squint will figure out that it's, you know, made entirely by AI. Millions of clicks and views. Millions. And it's getting to the point where, you know, I think with a little more advancement, there probably wouldn't be any need to create content anymore. You could just literally fake it with AI, which stinks. But I'm going to keep chugging along anyway, because that's no way to live. I hope you have success on YouTube. Thank you. And if I really appreciate that. If you do it yourself, I hope for the same. Otherwise, I hope for success in whatever endeavor you normally take on. Let me go ahead and get out of the text box here. This mountain path is especially rugged. You must take your environment into account when traveling. I have developed guidelines for traveling this mountain path. Shall I tell you of them? I probably don't need them, but let's hear it for the audience anyway. Very well. Fire is a crucial tool when traveling the mountain path. A fire can be used either to cook or to warm yourself. You can cook anytime and anywhere. All you need is a pot with a lit fire. One method of cooking is simply to throw random ingredients into the pot. Others are more careful. This is the best way to make meals that can warm you up. Other effects are also possible. Insects and monster parts are not edible. Do not cook horns or guts with food. Save these parts as materials for elixirs. Elixirs are also helpful in the mountains. They are an alternate way to warm your body or recover stamina. The first step in all cases is to start a fire. Do 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 do. Sorry, the meme makes itself. I kid you not. I recommend using flint as a fire starter. Place flint next to a bundle of wood, then strike it with a metallic or stony weapon. This is my recipe for fire. There are several other methods, but it is best to internalize the basics first. You hear that off in the distance, my senators and inductees? That is an ad storm. In about 5 minutes, it'll blow over us, and then we can get right back to the gaming. Thanks. Ah, it does show up my activity feed. Good. At least I'm not going stir crazy. That, my fine friends, is an impending ad storm, aka the advertisements. For those on Twitch, I do run ads. I run 3 minutes of them. There will be an intermission screen that pops up in about 4 minutes or so, and there will be a timer. It'll last for 3 minutes, and then when we come back, we will be ready to resume. We are multi-streaming to both Twitch and YouTube at the same time. So Twitch, YouTube, if you want to say hi to each other, feel free. This is also my cue to get my shilling out of the way. If you guys like this content and hadn't considered doing so already, consider following on Twitch or subscribing on YouTube. Both are free, easy methods to help my channel grow. And if you're on Twitch, YouTube, it's more of a notifications thing. But definitely with Twitch, there are some baked-in goodies that you get for that. 5 sweet emotes as part of the emotes package that Twitch has. But more importantly, following on Twitch or subscribing on YouTube does get you to the Discord. Did YouTube messages... I can't even, like, put out a Discord thing. Let me see if I have an alternate method for this, because that's kind of important. And I am aware about the fire fruit, Starnum. I have some in inventory. I'd be happy to show it in a second. Just trying to get something working. Let me go ahead and do things test trigger like this. Now, for whatever reason, I'm not being permitted to write anything in there. Really? That's weird. Why is it doing that? The important part is the invite link on that. I have no idea why things are happening this way. Streamer bot was fine this morning, and now all of a sudden it's glitching. Anyway, I am looking to, like, cultivate the Discord community one heart and mind at a time. We vote on things like the next game to be played, or sometimes we even pick paths in games to follow. If you want to be part of that process, the Discord is the only place where that's going to happen. Otherwise, you know, whether you do or don't is up to you. Let's get out of the text box, shall we? That is all I can tell you. Take care. I also recommend, especially for people on YouTube, perhaps more than anyone else, to take the commercial break as an opportunity to stretch for yourselves. Let me just go ahead and get the fruit. I just sorted this. It's over here. Definitely take the time to stretch for yourselves, as I'm generally away from my desk during the commercial break. The commercial breaks also double as stretch time for myself. I gotta keep the DVT away after all. We're gonna pass the time until morning. You can also throw it. Understood. Thank you for the tip, Starnum. Much appreciated. Now that I've gotten that chilling and that bit of a warning about the commercial break out of the way, it's automated, so you'll know when it comes up. You spare an arrow if you throw it. Duly noted. What on earth is this? Oh, is this like a... That's interesting. But like I was saying before, wow, that's interesting. Right. Like I was saying before, use a bomb flower for that. I don't have any bomb flowers yet. I've not come across any. That's gotta be a Korok. Yep, it begins, everybody. And with that, I will see you guys after the commercial break. Thanks. Sorry about that, everybody. It also appears that my timer was a little bit desynced, so while I technically had about 6 seconds before the Twitch ads were finished, YouTube, the timer for everybody had already gone off by then. Let's get back to it. Also, I have to remember that I've got a nice little hotkey that I can use to do this pretty quickly. Neato burrito. Let me make sure I haven't missed anything from YouTube or Twitch, and I will be ready to pick back up. Which console am I playing on? Switch 1, not a Switch 2. Can I show the map so you can see where I am? Sure. Huh? You're not Hestu, but you see me? I didn't know someone like you could see Children of the Forest. If you see Hestu, please return this to him. Oh man, it begins. Oh, and my friends are hiding in lots of different places too, so you should keep an eye out while you wander. Map would be this. We are still on the Great Sky Island. Nothing about that has changed. You're also playing? Awesome. I hope you have a good time with Tears of the Kingdom. And since you're heavily familiar with it, you know, I hope it continues to bring you a fortuitously good time. Have you gotten what you wanted out of the map? We're working toward this shrine and stuff. You can warn me and stuff if I ask for it. Please and thank you. I do appreciate all of the tips and stuff. But I would ask that you remain measured with them. That's like my only stipulation at the moment. There will be a time where the cuffs on that can come off, and I won't care about it quite as much. I'll let everyone know where that time is. Understood? No problem. Thank you for hearing me out. No spoilers, of course. Also much appreciated on that. I want everybody to be able to enjoy the first time experience same as I, or at least in a similar capacity. For those of you that have, you know, played multiple times, I know that this is kind of a boorish part of the game, and it opens up a lot after the Great Sky Temple, or when we actually get all of our powers. But I need to go through the tutorial and learn things. I am a Breath of the Wild veteran. I have fully completed the game. As much as the game wants to say I have 0.58% left, I've fully completed it. So I know what I'm doing in terms of general movement and controls. It's just picking up what the game wants to put down with Ultra Hand or Fuse or whatever else it's gonna teach me. Which shouldn't be that much. Ooh, I want what you have. Just gonna do that. Did that thing just chuck a barrel at me? Alright, you guys are just gonna chuck things at me. Cool. I gotta be careful. And you, I'm probably going to... What can I do here? Maybe a horn? I think I missed with whatever that was. Rusty shield. It's likely this rusty old shield once belonged to a knight. It still has some defensive capabilities, but its usefulness has been worn down by time. Oh, right. Definitely take another wooden bow. Let's try again. Probably don't want to be using too many of these. But it is kind of fun to, like, put things on the ends of my arrows and watch the fireworks fly. Running out of food here. I'm just gonna stay back here and not really engage in anything. Not really engage up close. I died to one of these already. I wonder what you could have done with the arena, though, if given the chance. Thank you. Much appreciated. Not my finest work, but considering we're back at square one, it could certainly have been a lot worse. I wonder what my gaming muscles are going to be like when it comes to Elden Ring, then. For those who don't know, this is a good chance to share a bit more about myself. In addition to being a variety streamer with a focus on action-adventure games and RPGs of all different stripes, I've played everything from ARPGs to CRPGs, stuff like Baldur's Gate 3, for an example, or other sorts of action-adventure open-world RPG games, or even things like Tales of Berseria, which is like an action RPG. I've played a whole bunch of those. Let me guess. This thing is going to have me put this thing on the track. Like, stick it to the end of the track or something, and, like, put a fan on it. I bet that's probably what's going to happen. I am also an on-again, off-again challenge runner for Elden Ring Reforged. Elden Ring is a game in the Soulsborne, Souls-like line of games, made by Mizuki, not Takahashi. Is it Hidetaka Miyazaki? We know him by Miyazaki. He's like the lead dev for FromSoft, and he's responsible for all of those different sorts of games. And the same is true of Elden Ring. It recently had the Shadows of the Erd Tree DLC, which everybody has been enjoying. There's also been Elden Ring Night Rain, which also happened under his thumb as well. He's a very prolific lead developer. There is a mod called Elden Ring Reforged made by Team Kernifer, along with composed of like Kernifer, Ivy, and quite a few other people at this point. And the overhaul mod has like over 40,000 different changes to it. You know, once you put together the stuff they changed for the DLC as well as base game that already had over 20,000 changes. I am wanting to swap to this. Let's go through here then. A mining cave? Oh, that's gonna be... Can we... Hold on. We need to fuse something. I probably want to hold... Oh, I actually probably need to drop something. All right. Let's figure out what I'm fusing to this. It's probably going to be on the shield if at all possible. Hold. And we're going to fuse this to a shield. Now, you're going to tell me about the, you know, Zonai stuff. This cave is especially dark. You will need a light in order to proceed to the mining site ahead. Do you have any bright bloom seeds? Bright bloom seeds? Ah, you do not know of them. The glowing flowers there are bright blooms. They shine very brightly. Many use them as illumination in dark places. These bright blooms grow natively in caves such as this one. This cave has been picked mostly clean of them. That is because it is especially dark. The seeds were often necessary. I am posted here to provide a reminder to bring bright bloom seeds. By the way, did you know bright blooms require a stimulus to blossom? Striking a bright bloom seed or attaching it to an arrow will cause it to activate on impact. The bright bloom you see growing there is no different. I caused it to blossom. It will generally be in your best interest to use bright bloom seeds, goodness, in dark places such as this. I see. I wonder, though, if we couldn't do something a bit more... How do I say? Maybe innovative with the seeds. I wonder if we can put them in a cook pot, is what I'm thinking of. I guess let's find out. Maybe make an elixir out of them? That's what I would do if this were Breath of the Wild. You know, is that gonna work? Probably not, but I'm gonna give it a try. Okay, you really don't want to put these on anything other than a bow then. Okay, that makes sense. Now, I do have resources available for anyone that is interested. For those of you on Twitch, if you type in exclamation mark TOTK MAP, that brings you to the object map. There is no interactive map this time. And in lieu of getting a lesser quality subpar map, I thought I would just stick with the object map that it already has a lot going for it. Let's also then... We have key swings, which... What? I was about to say, let me cook these. Oh, that must be because it's a food item. Okay. Okay, got it. Eat the dubious food. Dude has the tolerance of a freaking saint. Alright, let's... These are probably like herbs or vegetables. So maybe... Let's try pairing it with a mushroom and see what happens. Okay, that didn't really work. Maybe I need to do this, like, use them by themselves? Interesting. Okay, you apparently can't do anything with these. That's fine. We could just use them the way they were intended to be used. I tried to get cute and do it with something else. Let me also not be tempted to use, I want to save any portable wind generation for things that I, like rafts or something that I may want to use. Ah, this is the thing I managed to use in the thumbnail. Gotcha. I wonder, are they going to continue with this? I mean, Echoes of Wisdom kind of shows a reluctance to continue. I did not want to do that. Don't attach that. Okay, let's see if there are any lootables in here. I don't think so. Zonite. An unusual mineral that has many purposes. Ancients extracted energy from it and refined it for the crafting of weapons and armor. Interesting. Ooh, maybe we don't want to do that, though. Let's, do it like this. Okay, you gotta unmorph into the thing. I wonder if these are infinite or finite. Ooh, the fact that they're showing as like an extra currency suggests that these may in fact be used for something else. Interesting. Their hammer. How do I want to do this? I guess let's equip and do it like that. All right, now we can take our rusty implements and turn them into something more immediately beneficial. I'm thoroughly engrossed in this. I have to say. I wish I had played this earlier. Tears of the Kingdom is awesome. I'm hoping that it'll continue to be awesome as the inevitable tedium sets in. You know, the great fairy upgrades. I mean, NK did tell me that, there were basically almost everything costs rupees if you want to upgrade it, or well, all the armor now costs rupees on top of other stuff. Starnim on YouTube asks, am I going to a shrine? Working on it. Just kind of taking my time with this. Excuse me. That zonite is already slated for processing. It would pose difficulties for me if you took it for yourself. Oh, are you unfamiliar with it? This is the zonite I mentioned. It is a unique mineral that can be mined far beneath the land below. There are trace deposits of it on this island as well, but they are limited to this cave. Our society flourished by processing this substance into other materials. Zonite is processed by smelting it in a furnace. It is thereby converted into materials with useful properties. A few such materials will be ready for your review shortly. Wait one moment. Thank you for your patience. I will now explain what sorts of materials the ore can be processed into. Zonite technology is typically powered by zonite charges. These occasionally solidify into a form known as crystallized charges. Converting zonite into other useful materials in this way is called processing. Crystallized charges, we mainly use them as raw material in the construction of energy cells. Zonite charges? Yeah, they're what power zonite devices and constructs. A charge could be consumed to replenish your energy cell. Please visit anytime you require processed materials. There are examples of processed materials available on the nearby shelf. I encourage you to examine them to see if there are any that you want. Alright, sure. How many do you require? I will take 3 of them. 9 pieces of zonite, you got it. The resulting materials will be available to you once the processing is complete. And zonite charges? No, let's not use any of those. I'm floored that Oh, hello. This cave previously had ample resources. It is gradually yielding less and less. That is why it requires support. But my requests have so far gone unanswered. I must therefore continue to mine without resting. I'm just gonna take all of these, thank you. I wonder what we're gonna be able to actually plug into with the zonite here. I'm real curious to see if the game actually says it to me. This is a minecart station. Excavated resources can be transported from here. Could it be that you've forgotten to bring zonite capsules? Zonite capsules? You have forgotten yours, or perhaps you may not even know what I mean. Zonite capsules are a convenient means of carrying portable zonite devices. It is unfortunate that you seem to have none. I will lend you a few spares. Oh, so this is what that is. So we literally go and capture parts. God, this is feeling like me playing Ni no Kuni 2 or Ni no Kuni all over again. When I was playing through that on my own, they just seemed to introduce mechanics left and right just cause they could. Which makes the game feel great, but eventually you do want the game to round out and stop teaching you stuff. Stop introducing new things to you that may not even be relevant for the entirety of the game. Yeah, that's what playing a level 5 game is like. It's great in the beginning, and then in the end, it kind of like the experience tapers off. Sometimes in a good way, and sometimes not so much. A zonai device that produces wind with its internal propeller. It is likely that the zonai made smart use of this wind power to transport objects and generate thrust. The ones I gave you were fan types. You can deploy them at any time. They will generate wind when struck. Zonai devices are useful and come in many varieties. I always carry several with me for any occasion. Many neglect to keep a healthy supply on hand. I keep watch for such individuals. The spares I gave you were the last ones I carried. Take care not to forget again. Remember that a device cannot be put back in its capsule. Think carefully before deploying one from your pouch. Yes, I like that you could fuse the cart with a stick. I'm curious, what do you even get when you do that? Let's staple a stone axe to it. Oh, a stone axe has literally had a wooden stick and a stone stapled to it already. I thought this was a base item. Ultra hand time. Put that on the track. Get on said cart. I think we are ready to... Actually, before we get out of here, I want to see if there's something at the top of this. I don't think there's any chests on top of this, but it's good to kind of make sure we poke our nose around in places earlier. Like, we want to be really investigative early on and not wait until later to start doing that when... You never know when game devs might flirt with missable objects. Oh, we literally have to get off this. Alright, and now we can take out device. Quickly take out materials of your inventory. Yes, I'm aware. I just wanted to see the singular fan. And then do it like that. And swap to the guster. This is fun. It's nice to be able to have like a mechanical bent to games like this. It really is. I'm gonna enjoy exercising my creative powers. I don't have a terrible amount of them, but I will enjoy improving upon them. The time bell that sounds from the Temple of Time rings at a set time each morning and evening. Along with the constructs, we woke to the sound of the bell. Sound of the bell. I didn't say that with enough diction. When we heard it in the evening, we knew it was time to rest. It also played its part in our traditional ceremonies. Ceremonies? Good lord, my mouth is like sticking together like crazy. In a way, it was this place's beating heart. The sight of the temple and the sound of its bell stir fond memories in me. Okay, we can pick it up, but let's not take anything out of the, resting grounds until we actually need one. Or we can literally find Zonite capsules. Let's do that. Despite device dispenser operation confirmed. On track to meet today's Zonite capsule production target. Oh, do you want to use the device dispenser? I have nearly met my target. You are welcome to use it. Zonite capsule? Zonite capsules are portable Zonite devices in convenient pocket form. A device cannot be put back in its capsule after you have removed it. They are intended to be disposable. They are also plentiful. You can extract many Zonite capsules from a single device dispenser. There is no harm in converting your spare resources into Zonite capsules. It ensures you will always have a few. Shall I explain device dispensers too? Yes, please. Yes, this is a device dispenser. It produces Zonite capsules by converting certain resources. The resources it accepts are things such as construct horns and Zonite charges. You can process resources that you hold by dropping them into the receptacle. It is similar to using a cooking pot. I will continue my maintenance checks. This dispenser is available for use. Okay, so let's hold... Let's put in one Zonite charge and see what we get. A flame emitter, a Zonite device that shoots fire. It's thought to have been originally used as protection from monsters. What? Oh, do we? Please don't tell me there's like a gachapon type thing with this. Portable pot, a Zonite device for cooking food almost anywhere, anytime. It lasts for cooking one recipe only. The device is easier to use on flat surfaces, aka you can't cook. Let's try throwing 2 in there. Let's see if we get something better. So there is a going rate for this. Let's see what 5 does. This really does feel like a gachapon machine. Okay, so if we need Zonite devices, we can come here and find them. That's fine. Let's try to make it over to the next shrine. I presume there is a minecart around here somewhere that I can use. Looks like it. I don't think we're making a minecart from scratch. And you need to reach your friend? Alright, where is the friend? There are a lot more devices. Oh, very clearly, there have to be. Let me try putting in something else. Let's put in 5 Zonite. I don't think this changes the calculus, but I'm gonna try it anyway. Experimentation is good to do in games like this. Okay, I didn't like that. So I think Yeah, they were pretty direct in saying you either need construct horns or you need parts. Let's try putting in 5 of these. I wonder if the types of devices change per dispenser. It sort of feels like there's meant to be multiple dispensers or multiple different kinds of dispensers. Let me say it that way. All right, let's go reach your friend. Where's your friend at? My friend and I got separated. Okay, he is over there. I should look for smoke signals when that starts happening. All right, this one's relatively easy. We already have the minecart on the thing. Let's just move this over. There are a lot more devices. Do you happen to know how many, roughly? I presume there have to be like at least 100 or 200, you know, different kinds of devices. Let's put you over there. And we're gonna pull out a fan. If you don't know the precise amount or like an approximate amount, that is also fine. Oh no. Get on that real quick. Let's do it like this. You have 27 different ones. What? Yeah, I was about to say unattach that. Bring you over. I'm gonna glue you two together. Thanks for bringing my friend. Double the seeds, double the poop. I think we've gotten 5 of these total. Yes, 5 total. Let me update that counter. And then later I'll look at wherever the total is going to be listed this time. Hopefully still on a loading screen somewhere. Ooh, treasure chest. What do I like in this particular iteration of the Legend of Zelda 2? What do I liken it to? Because it's easy to sit and talk about the prequel. God, it kind of feels like the Kingdoms of Amalur if you stripped out the NPCs, and you know, you narrowed down what you could do with the devices in the game. Let's go ahead and grab this. I realize I'm describing something that may be a little bit difficult to, say, parse. But for those that are, you know, connoisseurs of the Kingdoms of Amalur, you tell me, if the Kingdoms of Amalur, like especially the Re-Reckoning, if it had a building component like this game does, tell me this would not be. Wow, you can actually have that off center. Okay. Interesting. We're making our way slowly but surely. What the What? Oh, I didn't look at the track. I didn't check to make sure the track was intact. What the heck? And I ended up way over there. What gives? What do I do here? Please tell me there's another cart. Why would they let you get stuck? Oh, I guess there's like another way. We can just take a different route. That's fine. Never assume you're stuck coin. That's gonna end up costing you a lot of You know, a lot of potential attempts at things. A pit cave, cool. We can replenish some of our bright seeds while we're in here. Excuse me, the snowy mountain above us is extremely cold. Unprepared travelers will swiftly lose vitality and may even die. Are you fortified against the cold? Fortified how? Insufficient preparation can lead to death in harsh environments. My advice can avert this. Please listen carefully. The primary safeguards used by our creators were meals that warmed them. These meals were typically prepared using ingredients with warm-sounding names. Any such ingredients will suffice. Some also wore thick clothes or warmed themselves by a fire. These solutions were effective, but less accessible. Be mindful of your ingredients when cooking. My understanding is that only one cooking effect can apply per meal. You must take care not to eat something with a different effect afterwards. The chill will set in again sooner than you'd expect. I can imagine so. We do have some things that'll insulate us against the cold, so we're okay for right now. Let's also go and get a whole bunch of bright bloom seeds. Yes, I know about throwing materials. You already told us the tutorial game. I promise you, you already told us. Let us, it would be nice if the tutorial... do the tutorials go in for later? They tell you what the basic controls are, but it would be nice if there were a tab for, the tutorials the game spits out. That way it can be a one and done type thing. Anything up here? Not that one. Swap to this. Thank you. We might as well strip out everything we can. I do try my best to, like... Ooh, help. No, don't do that, Link. Don't do that, Link. Oh, if you dive without a soft landing, you are going down. All right, Mr. Bubble Frog. Bubble, even. I have to wonder who came up with these names. I feel like someone was having fun when they said the word bubble. How can we make bubble different than bubble? Oh, I know. Spell it with 2 U's. We should probably make some food. I don't think this is gonna work, but maybe it does work. Starnim on YouTube says you have to go. Aw, thank you for stopping by. Much appreciated. Your stream was awesome. I appreciate the flattery. And I hope you have fun playing. Thank you so much. Keep up the good work. I definitely will. My lovely senator, I hope to see you back again sooner rather than later. And with that, have a good rest of your day and rest well. And I hope your day goes smoothly for you. Ooh, okay, that's interesting. We got a scorching rather than a insulating meal. Grants a low-level attack enhancement. No problem, Starnum. In hot places, this dish contrasts the sweet... Okay, that's the basic description. That's weird. Okay, so... Raises... Okay, I should have read. Reading explains the ingredient. And I guess... we do is something like this. Is the spicy meat and seafood fry still here? Let's find out. Do-do-do-do-do-do. It sure does. 5 hearts for that, absolutely. And then we might as well... I wonder if this will do... I don't think this will do anything, but let's find out. Energizing steamed fish. Yeah, the mushroom didn't do anything. We could have just used the stam bulbs instead for a similar effect. All right, let's get back up and get to exploring the rest of the pit cave here. I do genuinely like the addition of the caves and the different maps. I do like it. I wish it weren't coupled with the Koroks. I wish they were limited to one map, or, you know, like I said in Breath of the Wild, you know, please, please, please relegate these things to, like, larger puzzles. If you're struggling to figure out, you know, what to do with your map, it means you've made it too big. Or whatever. This definitely feels like Nintendo's version of like an Ubisoft game. You guys know what I'm talking about? With like, specifically like Assassin's Creed Origin or Assassin's Creed Odyssey. It kind of feels like that, where the game has this very much larger than life feel, but there's far too many things to do or collect or see. Or I guess in Ubisoft's case, it was more of a, you know, the maps were empty and just a bit lifeless. Yes, unbearable cold. And boy, do we have the dish for that. Let us... eat that. Oh, what's the deal with this? We just climb up here. All right. There's definitely like a device. Be careful. Wait for them to, like... I'm being very cautious. Get up, Link. Ah, we can jiggle it out. Okay. And we're given like a part we can like fuse onto something. Then... Oh, there's another charge over there. Let us do that. Destroy fused material and fuse. Yeah, now we got a real beater of a weapon. We'll have to make some more sauteed peppers, but that's fine. We should just do that. What did I do here? Yeah, there's not enough. What can I do, though? It's like a very precipitous drop. That is very dangerous. There's like nothing on this platform. Yeah. Let's see. Is there anything? Yeah, is there like a body of water nearby? I think so. Okay. Good. At least we had a way back down. It's just too bad we couldn't do anything, truly spectacular with this. And is there... Yeah, we basically had to restart a whole leg of the journey. It's fine. Snap that here. That. And... we do this leg of it all over again. Let me make sure I haven't missed chat. Yeah, the pop-out window is being very weird. Oh, I guess we can pick up a stick while we're here? Oh, no. Drop that. Pick up this. Fuse here. Now we have another sledgehammer to work with. I get the feeling I'm gonna want a whole bunch of these. And, I guess now they teach us that the supplies aren't always going to be available. Yeah, that we have to, like, get these Zonai devices nice and... We need to be very familiar with the fact we're going to have to buy a bunch of these. Sorry for making you guys sit through a section of this again, but I did definitely want to be sure. I did definitely want to be sure that, oh, that's draining my battery really fast. All right, let's not do that. I wanted to make sure we got the special encounter. Now we're going to have to go back up here and use one of these mine carts. Oh, we actually have a fan nearby. All right. Oh, like, they're still in the open world. So, like, once we've deployed a fan, we could still use it. We just need to, like, you know, take care not to just leave our devices around or assume that they're truly 100% disposable. Sometimes they aren't disposable. And by that, I mean, no, disposable is the wrong word. Replaceable. Sometimes they're not replaceable. Okay. No, get on that. The charge comes back relatively fast, but I'm guessing that there's probably a oh really? Yeah, so I see what's going on. That's kind of a problem. What do we do about that?
You hear that off in the distance, my senators and inductees? That is an ad storm. In about 5 minutes, it'll blow over us, and then we can get right back to the gaming. Thanks.
You guys know the spiel by now. It's time for the major shill. I've talked about free, easy methods to support the channel and help it grow. And of course, you guys being here is more than sufficient. That said, if you do want to help out financially, there are plenty of avenues for this. YouTube, you should check the description. There will be a Linktree link that you guys could use to, like, poke around in there. Patreon and Coffee are both $1. Like, the minimum for that is $1. That gets you access to extra voting privileges, some exclusive content whenever I can get up to making some again, and so on. As for you guys on Twitch, there's all the stuff baked in on Twitch. But not only is there the stuff baked in on Twitch, the same sort of information exists both in Linktree form and underneath the About Me section on Twitch. I have all kinds of direct and indirect lines for... What do we do here? Do we need to, like, stick this onto the end of the track or something? Maybe that's what we need to do. No, we need to approach this a completely different way. Interesting. Yeah, we need to approach this a wholly different way. I wonder if that's what the wooden paneling was there for. Like, I noticed the flat wooden panel. I wonder if that is what that's for. Let's put this back here and we can find out. But that's pretty much the extent of the shilling. And of course, if you're on Twitch, you know, and you use the baked-in, the baked-in services for Twitch, you know, you've got, like, the bits, you've got, like, direct donation, you got direct donations, you've got all kinds of stuff, really. Feel free to check out any or none of it. Let's do it like this. Oh, I'm sorry. Let's not do it like that. Oh, let's not do that. And instead do it like that. So now we need to take this big device and transport it over. Now I wonder if I'm gonna have to put that in as a slant so that the cart can go across, or if I'm gonna have to do something else with that. Let's see if this piece of wood will be sufficient. It probably won't, but I'm gonna try. Yeah, no, of course not. Okay, I have to think a little bit more. They're giving us these hooks for a reason. So I wonder if we need to instead, like, maybe they want us to, like, make a lift. Like that. Maybe that's what they want us to do. And we just need to get the other hook there. But you guys also know the spiel about the commercial breaks. There are going to be... we do take 3-minute commercial breaks around here. And there will be some ads and everything. But once you... once the ads are finished, the timer on the screen disappears. We'll be right back to gaming. So thank you guys so much for hanging out with me. And I hope to see you back once the commercial break is finished. I glued these on wrong. And we'll be right back. Sorry about that, everybody. And it appears the timers are still desynced even after I've applied an adjustment. Let me apply one more adjustment and we'll go from there. It's not this, it's that. So let's increase the delay to maybe 10 seconds. I don't know if it's that long between. It feels like it was about a 10-second difference. Anyway, let's get back to gaming. We spent entirely too long. Just gonna rotate it like this. I think it's gonna want us to do something else. Yeah, we kind of need a fan on this. So let me think about how I want to, like, maybe like something like, let me take this off and build something a little bit more, with a little bit more panache. No, it's not what I wanted to do. But okay, let's tilt this. We need to build it from basically the bottom up. Okay, now that we've done that, because I intend to anchor some fans to this in case anyone was wondering what's my headspace for building. It's like this. So now we're going to... Oh, you know what? I should take that platform off until I've put the fan on it. Let's do it like that. So 9 devices. Take out a fan. Just like that. Now we staple on the rest. Hey there, Rasby. Well, and NK. Welcome to both of you. Hopefully you both are doing well in health and in spirit, and I hope you enjoy your stay. You've come in just in time. I am building a little bit of a contraption to get this thing across. Man, how is it so many times people come at once just coincidentally? Probably more times than you would think. Probably gonna be rotate it like this. This needs to be, like, this already kind of needs to be correctly tilted. And of course. So if the cart wants to tilt itself, it's got to be on a flat surface. Let's take everything and put it on a flat surface. But yeah, how are you both doing? How is work, school, extracurriculars, or personal projects? How are those things all coming along? If and you don't mind my asking. Okay. Now that we have a flat surface, let's try this again. Okay. It's perfectly stable now. You generally prefer to bring them up when you feel like it? That's fair. That's definitely fair. You're right to talk about these things or not. Let's see. I guess I can talk about mine first. Not that that is that's not a cause to volunteer. This is just, you know, I'm using that as a springboard to maybe talk about my day on a more personal level. I am doing fine. Outside of streaming, I spent today finalizing my workflow. So I actually have a marker board set up behind my streaming computer. And the way that I have it set up is that marker board is used as like a daily task, like a daily task board as it relates specifically to streaming. So I've got like 4 things as maintenance tasks. I used it to make sure all the commands and stuff were pretty good to go. Okay, we probably want to tilt it this way. NK Plays on Twitch says this is definitely a case of over-engineering. It definitely is, but it's what I could think of. Let's tilt this. Oh, and it won't even work. It won't even work because there's not enough, well, maybe that's not necessarily true. Yeah, it's just that, it took a second. Do you want to know how to do this? Was it as simple as stapling 2 hooks together with a wooden ramp here, followed by, let's use an arrow. There we go. Was it as simple as stapling 2 hooks together on this wooden ramp here with a fan on top of it? Was the cart kind of unnecessary? I would love your interpretation of how I would have gone about doing this, though. Also, now we have to take this and, like, put it on... No, that's just the end. That's where the cart or the track terminates. Outside of, you know, like getting my workflow, I've even got keys. The comparison is the thief of enjoyment. That's fair. I mean, I'm happy with the device I've made, but simpler is usually better in a game like this. Like, I don't mind other people sharing. Especially people that have played the game before. I definitely don't mind that. The correct way, or like the simplest way, is to put a hook in the middle of a mine cart and put a fan on its back and activate it. Okay, yeah. Now that I'm thinking on it, hook plus minecart, fan and back, hooks on the rip. Yep, that's making some sense now. I got a little bit fancy with the plank of wood there. What can I say? At least my solution isn't incorrect. It's just unwieldy. I hope that's not going to be a sign of things to come. Surely, this game is definitely going to be an exercise in. Let me not do that. It's going to be an exercise in, you know, how much do I overthink things? I'm really bad. I have a really bad habit of overthinking things, by the way. It kind of comes with the territory for me. I'm a personal worrywart. I worry about things a lot. It's a trait that I'm chronically aware of. But it's not really one I can solve on my own. I definitely need therapy exercises for that. But I'm at least aware of it, and when I am being a worrywart and it's actually a problem, I'm typically good at stepping in and putting a stop to that. Hello, Onmal. Welcome on in. Onmal on Twitch. Good to see you, good sir. Hope you enjoy your stay. How are things going for you, if you don't mind my asking? I am doing just fine. We just got finished discussing overcomplicated puzzle solutions in this game, as well as what the correct solution, the simpler solution, is. Rasby says, I'd argue overthinking is a lot less thinking too much, but just kind of being too zoomed in. Elaborate, if you would, please. I've never quite heard it spoken of like that before. Perhaps that'd make it underthinking, because to get something simpler is usually harder. Yeah, because it kind of involves, like, you really have to understand what you're thinking about, and you can't be thinking with speed in mind, right? It kind of reminds me of whenever I was in my physics class, engineering things for a lab, I would routinely have someone tell me, you didn't need this complicated setup. Something tells me you didn't read something right or didn't understand something correctly and should have asked a question. I got that a lot. And that was after practice, study, and so on. I would ask questions, but apparently not the right ones. Okay, what the heck is going on? So our cave of interest is over here. I guess one way we could do it is like hack a bunch of trees and literally make a platform out of it. Raspy says you don't need to go as complicated, kind of implies that you already had the solution, but deliberately screwed yourself over. When really it's just your own journey. Usually in my case, the solution was kind of like within reach, but like I would end up getting some parts of the question incorrect, or I would solve something I didn't intend to solve. I wasn't asked to solve. It's a classic STEM thing, really, where the lack of attention to detail, or maybe perhaps the solution actually wasn't within reach. Apparently not if I had to, apparently not if it's being thought about this way. OnMount on Twitch says, you're feeling great? Awesome. You finished your assignments, so you're almost at summer break? Awesome. Awesome. I take it final exams are getting ready to approach the horizon for you. Just sort these things out. And maybe... Oh, this is like such a big issue. How am I supposed to... This is gonna I'm probably overthinking things again. Raspy says, you have your degree project due for these 2 weeks. I'll need to crunch it as soon as possible. Ah, I see. We'll go to program. Good luck. Although I hope you do not need it. NK Plays says, did you know that there is a rare slab? Or a rare message when you try to fuse something to the decayed Master Sword? I'll try it. Let me whip out the decayed Master Sword, and that's going to be a no wrong thing. And I threw a piece of amber. Cool. You can't fuse on a damaged blade. It looks like a perfectly functional blade to me. I don't know what this game is talking about. You can hack with it. Does it? I wonder if it breaks. Maybe it does since it's damaged. Oh, and yeah, this is definitely not the correct way to go about this. And one last one. We need to do these kind of end to end. And I think that's how we'll get across. Nope. One more time. I think it's gonna tilt. Yeah, it is. It absolutely is. I need to lean it against this. You actually finished most of your exams? Good, good. You just ruined relationships with all your friends due to your very good score? Why would you say that, OnMal? Are they acting all jealous or whatever? Just climb up gently. Don't screw this up, coin. Okay. And now we do this one more time. This game is also really going to challenge my depth perception, if I can be so bold as to say it. It really, really is. This thing is not stable unless I walk on it gently. Yeah, you do actually have a tendency to slip off if you don't walk gently. I think that's the first time the game has actually done that. Interesting. There's a slight physics change. I guess, of course, there's also the I've never walked on glued objects like I have here when we were in Breath of the Wild. We didn't make platforms unless they were already pre-built for us. Alright, let's try to... Let's try to, like, not have chilled meat. Thank you very much. The next ability is very quality of life. I certainly hope so. Amel says, it's all good. I mean, I would also hate that, Mr. Perfect. It should be temporary. I hope you feel some measure of pride for having done well on your exams. Right step this way, gentlemen. Man, they're so robotically predictable. Getting headshots on these is very easy. They tend not to move around a whole bunch. I better not hack anything up until I know for sure I don't need it. Wow, this game is really making me think about, oh, I can't just hack away at everything I see or, simply harvest containers for materials. I might end up needing them to make, like, some kind of stopgap device or something. Okay, you're frozen. Whoops. I see an insect around here. Shoo, go away, insect. Go away, gnat. Oh, I bet we can stick white choo-choo jelly and freeze them again. We sure can, and that is our intended method to do that as well. Don't even think about it. And I bet, just like in Breath of the Wild, we probably don't want to go diving across, ice. Or, like, freezing ice or whatever. Or freezing water, excuse me. Goodness. Okay, I think I have found our way through. Sweet. Ooh, new material. What do we have here? Ah, bomb flowers. This is where the titular bomb flower comes from. Where are all bomb flower come from? I think is how that meme is supposed to go. Maybe not, but... A dangerous flower that contains explosive elements does not mix well with fire or electricity unless the goal is to blow things up. Definitely don't blow bubbles at me, mister. Hold R and D-pad up to throw items. Okay, that one's on me. I messed that up pretty big. I didn't know I thought the explosion radius would be a little bit smaller than that. Oof, that makes death number 2. Good thing I wasn't going for deathless there. Okay, let's try that again, but with 100% less problems. Where are you going? Get down from there. Alright, good. We've gotten them out of here. Any other bomb flowers? I hope you're gonna give me at least a few, game. And you're not gonna make me, like, crawl up and down really weird pathways to find them. I better save the bombs for something important. It's also interesting that the... Ooh, what is that? Oh, am I gonna have to... Uh-oh. I better figure out what I want to do here. Something tells me we don't do that from this side. We actually, like, maybe drop down and there's, like, another cave system. Or something else, some other point of entry. Keep going up the stairs. Is that a frickin' like? What the heck is that? What the heck is that? I'm not letting you get anywhere near me. No, get away from that. That looks like a freaking like. I don't know how else to say it. For those who are maybe less in the know, likes are an ocarina, are a Legend of Zelda staple. They're kind of like these big slug-like enemies, and they typically eat shields or tunics. Like stone. A strange round stone from a like made of crystallized inner fluids. It's a good ingredient for elixirs. I'm not gonna lie. The likes are freaking terrifying when they look in a form like that. I've heard there are Gibdos and Gleoks. I can't wait to see those. Those are gonna be terrifying. But more importantly, this thing was guarding a chest. What does it contain? An opal. We'll probably need those. Yeah, I did not like likes. I don't have a visceral fear of them or anything, but I still just don't like them. Sands of Time and Ocarina of Time mod ROM / ROM hack changed the likes in that game, in the base game. They make like these really hideous slurping noises, and they devour hearts like it's no one's business. Those things were terrifying, and they were super fast. In the original Ocarina of Time, if you got ate by a like, it's because one dropped on top of you, and you didn't have much time to react. Sands of Time, oh, hi there, Mr. Like. Shoot the red jelly thing. I didn't mean to do that, but... One more time ought to do it. Oh, and it definitely has to be fire. Like, we can't do anything else. We'll go up the tree trunk once I'm out of the cave. Very well. These may be worth killing if they've all devoured treasure chests like this, though. Yeah, the likes are... What on earth is this? I'll take it. No, I don't need to do that. Oh! That's what the flame emitters are for. That's pretty cool. I think I'm beginning to understand some of the things people really like about this game. As a reminder, I said it in the beginning, it is probably worth saying it again at the midpoint. Currently, my air conditioning is out, so both my fans are on in this room. But if people are wondering why I'm keeping the lights a little bit dim, it's to prevent It's to prevent me from, like, basically, you know, dehydrating in my own office, among other things. Food arrived? Ooh, hopefully you enjoy it, good sir, and welcome back. What stops you from getting the air conditioning back in from out there? Oh, a part broke, I'm pretty sure. Let's not have Link do this the whole time. Yeah, so with the air conditioning unit, I'm gesturing like you guys can see that. The air conditioning unit is, whoops. Yeah, it would be to my left. It would be to my left as you guys are seeing me. It's right outside my window. It's been here for like 30, 40. Yeah, actually, it's probably been here for at least 40 years. It's a really old air conditioning unit. We're pretty sure part broke, so we have to call in a maintenance order for that. And I don't know when that's going to be. That I'd have to talk to the actual man of the house himself to figure that out. But in the meantime, that's why everything is set up the way it is and why the light isn't quite as good today. Also, what's your take on determinism? Do you have an opinion on it? Do you hold it? Determinism. You mind defining that for me? Or actually, let me not have you do that. Let me look it up. I'm sure I'm familiar with the general ideas, but I'm not very familiar with the word. 1 second. And let me not get the... okay. Everything only occurs in one way, and one way only. That answers it for you. If you have to look it up, then you don't really have an opinion, nor an advanced one anyway. Were you looking for something in particular, Mr. Aspie? Were you hoping to glean some extra insight on the concept as a whole? I know the tea house talks about that a fair bit. I'm sure there's something in there. I just haven't thought much about it. I kind of don't think about everything occurring in one way. The idea that I'm familiar with the concept on a religious level, in specifically as it relates to the Christian faith. There is a concept called fatal determinism or fatalism, where everything is sort of predestined and the outcome is sort of determined. And it doesn't really matter. But this isn't quite that. Determinism looks like it's just saying everything has a predetermined one way of occurring and no other way. As a former STEM major, I don't know if I really believe that. I think there are multiple ways. For example, there's multiple ways life can occur. We have like standard carbon-based life, but I think it's just as likely that life could have occurred some other way. A determinist would likely say, oh, well, if life occurs on this earth as it does now, and it uses carbon, well, that's the way it must be, right? Am I hitting the nail right on the head here? I am sad because my coffee is gone. So you've made it here. Now then, extend your right hand. Well, I'm excited. I'm nervous. I am hitting a nail. Move upward through solid material and emerge on top of it. This is the Ascend ability. It lets you travel through what's directly above you to ascend through it and emerge on top of it. Gee, thanks for repeating the description, Rauru. Determinism doesn't implicitly push toward a conclusion or away from another conclusion. It's more of a thing of looking the free will argument. Okay, that's what this is driving at. Although I guess determinism doesn't exclusively refer to or is exclusively used in free will arguments. Okay. So I guess when it comes to, you and I have had this discussion at length, Mr. Rasby, about free will and whether it does or doesn't exist, or in what capacity it does or doesn't exist. You and I actually streamed that like maybe a year ago. Determinism would make free will impossible, but you can easily dismantle free will with much less. Yeah, but that's too earth-shattering a revelation. Even if that's like, I say even if, but assuming that free will does not exist, and that everyone's motives are 1 year ago. Yeah, it was a long time ago. It may have even been further back than that. But I know it was at least 1 year ago. In fact, it definitely had to be past 1 year, because the last time I did that back when I was challenge running, and that would have placed me back at least 1 year, because that did not happen. I don't remember that happening at any point during the Lies of P streams or like between the Lies of P streams. I don't remember doing that near Time Lost or Sands of Time or Steel Rising, and obviously not during Breath of the Wild. That was the last 6 months. Yeah, it's been a long time. I don't remember the precise contents of that particular stream, but I do remember that we did it. And that we had like we talked about things on a very general level. Yeah, the only way to talk about the subject is to bring it up and genuinely start the discussion. Free will. It's a very titular thing. I'll say it this way. I think it's better in a lot of cases for most people to believe or pretend to believe that it exists, rather than saying, oh, we're biological computers that take inputs and outputs, and our neurons and our sensations literally determine every single thing we do. I've kind of come to terms with that, but I would never say it. And I would never say it because that would just cause a rather pointless discussion in like 80% of cases. I'm being approximate with that. How do you pretend that something exists? You parrot the talking points. You play along. You don't think too hard about it. That's mostly what I mean. And if you're pantomiming all of the points, you're agreeing with everything that people are saying about it, that all people are basically saying about it, or a good chunk of the discourse that's being said about it. Yeah, ignoring it might be a better way of putting it, actually. You're not so much pretending, but you ignore it. Now, whether you ignore it in order to ignore it to the point where you're paying it lip service versus ignoring it to the point that you don't even acknowledge it is a totally separate thing. I don't really exist in any of these logical pathways, but again, my journey with free will is a bit more complicated than that. You'll find it quite useful in all sorts of places and situations. I'll bet. Use ascend and receive the blessing from the shrine. The ability to rise. Gutenbach Shrine. Or it could be Gutenbach, and in that case, well, it's very weird. So it works in like very specific places. That is cool. I'm not gonna lie. That is super cool. I wish this were... I don't think there are too many games that do this. The closest thing I could think of, and it never really happened on a vertical level, was A Link Between Worlds. This is neat. I enjoy this, and I'm glad I poked around up here. But why does it take a second press to exit? I'm actually really curious about that. You know what? I'm gonna take out a... I'm gonna break this. And get a new weapon. I don't like looking at broken weapons in the inventory. I realize it's not... And it only works one way as well, so you can't, like, descend either. It would be really cool if it were reversible, though. And you kind of just are stuck here? Why have that? It would be better if you didn't do that. That's weird. Okay, but why? Sorry, I'm being, I'm kind of being, consumed by the game. You're going for a bit? Enjoy your lurk, Mr. NK. Oh, this is awesome. I love when games have movement options like this. It feels a little clunky, but it's not bad. Oh, you can literally put things in the chest. Really? What? Oh, no. You can just drop it once you've opened the chest. That's cool. You don't have to take, like, an extra step to do that. All right. So here, I think it's very clear they want you to just cut this rope. This feels more like this particular portion feels a bit more like the way you would traditionally, you know, play this, play in this game's engine. That's what I should have said. In this game's engine. I don't know. I wouldn't really call myself I'm not a determinist, but I suppose that has no bearing on free will. I don't really think it has any bearing on free will. Maybe it does, because after all, we did say, you know, we did say determinism would make free will impossible, right? You have a higher ability to verbalize stuff. You can talk about free will again. But talks about it tend to go for a significant amount of time, just like establishing the fundamental stuff. Oh, just establishing the fundamental stuff. Yeah, like all the arguments and such. Did we get all the chests in here? We did. Good. We are... okay. I'm gonna keep these initial cutscenes, but once we get off the Great Sky Island, I will start skipping these. Now, if people are wondering what this green stuff is, that, you know, before it coalesced into a ball of light there, my controller vibrated during that part like crazy. Those are Zonai letters. I did actually download the cobbled together Zonai script. I had to download it in 2 pieces because there are only 14 letters that actually, you know, like translate into something in the English alphabet. But someone did come up with the rest of them. So if I wanted to, like, say, decorate a thumbnail or something with them, I could totally do that. Or heck, I might be able to put some text on the screen here later if I have a spare text source lying around, and I can show you guys that script in more detail. I find it really cool. Raspy says, your summarized stance is that your decision is either predetermined by what's behind or it's coming from random stuff. That's the more fundamental take, but on a more practical note, human biases, the way emotions work, how hunger or stress affects a person's thoughts and decisions. It's pretty clear that even if you have free will, it's heavily impaired. Talk to me, Rauru. I see you've restored some power to that new arm of yours. The door into the Temple of Time should now open for you. Okay. We should move back to the map here. I guess we could teleport, right? I wonder if there's a tutorial or something from that we might miss if we do things that way. Also, I think there's a stone circle right there that will let us say maybe get a Korok seed. Raspy on Twitch says, I've spent some time thinking about how free will would work fundamentally, and I failed to find a way for it to just exist at all, like let alone exist in our world, but exist in any world. I suppose any argument I would make would fall back on the emotional component, right? Because I've seen it in the movies. We've all seen it in the movies, or we've seen it when we're dealing with public service members, firefighters, nurses, paramedics, so on and so forth. Like, you wouldn't go barreling into a fire for a random stranger. Maybe some people would. I probably wouldn't unless I knew I could do it safely. Otherwise you end up with 2 dead people. But instead of 1 dead person. But I think even that could probably be explained by it's your job, it's what you do for a living. There are other motivations that are making you defy conventional logic. Raspy, I'll address that new comment in just a second. Raspy says, I brought up the fact that it's useful to believe it exists. And that feels weirdly similar to an argument to believe in God. Yeah, I guess that is, when you think about it, I guess it is kind of like that. Where it's believing in some higher purpose, or you have to be able to control your choice sometimes, or I wonder if people would enter into like some semi-catatonic state, or would just, how do I word this without, I wonder what it would look like if people wholly subsumed to the idea that free will perhaps doesn't exist, or it doesn't exist in the way we think it does. Do a lot of the higher emotional theological arguments become pointless because it can just be rationalized by saying, oh, you hadn't eaten today. Oh, someone snubbed you. This is why you really think that way. And so on. It's certainly worth examining in more detail. I'm just not sure I'm necessarily I would enjoy exploring it in more detail. I'm not sure I could do it justice. I think Tom might do that more justice than I. For those who don't know who that is, Mr. Rasby here did invite me to a Discord server called the Monk's Tea House. The server owner, that's his name. He delves into stuff like this all the time, and he's set up so many places to talk about stuff like that. The deeper things that sometimes, I wouldn't say don't belong on a stream, but they can really seriously derail it. Case in point. I will leave that up to Rasby whether or not he wants to point anyone toward the Discord, that particular Discord server. It has helped me. I will say that much. There's also like mental health resources and other stuff in there too. All kinds of good things are in there. NK on Twitch asks or says, welcome back, good sir. How is Ascend going for me? We have gotten the power and we are now using it to explore the last section of the overworld before we return to the Temple of Time. I'm making sure I'm not trying to be too thorough yet. And my reason for that is I like us to keep progressing forward on maps, but I have a specific point where I will definitely start seriously collecting Korok seeds. Right now, it's if I see it and it's easy to get, I'll get it. Otherwise, meh, not really. Rasby then goes on to say, referring back to the free will argument, you can see that point. There's certain things you might want to explore less. Well, it's just the biological computer thing again, where people are conditioned to avoid things that are dangerous. You were told to do this to survive. If you do not do it, you risk death or serious injury. So job occupations or hobbies that regularly skirt this, there's either some sort of chemical, aka a biological input, or the stuff like service work will more often enter the realm of why choose that? What are you getting out of service work? And that's not to say people shouldn't be engaged in service work. That's not at all what I'm saying. What I'm suggesting is the premise of the occupation, if you look at it philosophically, just in the context of this conversation, is why? Is it the dopamine and endorphins you get from saving people? Or is it something a little more or less profound than that? There's an endless amount of horrible things and an endless amount of wholesome stuff. Right. You have the lion's share, right? Rasby then goes on to say, yeah, I do want to mention just because stuff would be predetermined, that doesn't automatically mean people know what that stuff is. I don't feel like determinism reinforces reductiveness nor disincentivizes it. The ability of a person to be an asshole, quote unquote, is kind of always irrespective of the framing or words used. Agreed. I didn't even read the text. I'm being bad. I'm being terrible. It is interesting that I'm personally asking why someone would do something like Tom does. I mean, on some sort of beyond the surface level, like why help other people? I suppose I could include psychology or like cultivating community resources. Like, it's not just the sociological aspects of it. I think if you try to answer that question from a sociological point of view, you will end up right back to, okay, but why? Okay, but what is, say, Tom? Or let's say I'm talking about a firefighter. What would a firefighter get out of helping people outside of a paycheck? Or is the paycheck the part of it? I know there are people that join the military service not because they want to defend their common man, but because it's good job security. Like, them being there in military service has nothing to do with helping their fellow man. They're purely following their own instincts. And a type of person like that sent to help people will likely, I shouldn't say likely, but maybe inclined to perform just the mission objectives and nothing else. Whereas somebody who perhaps gets something more intrinsic out of the whole thing may go beyond the mission parameters, and maybe you might get something else out of it. I think there are a dozen different ways you could take this discussion. And it has less to do with determinism. I know that. But determinism I feel is kind of the springboard for the free will discussion again. Archaic warm greaves. Warm greaves believed to be from a very long time ago. Despite the old look, the heat-retaining material makes it pleasantly resistant to cold temperatures. Yeah, I will take that. Thank you very much. Ooh, there are devices up there. There are Zonai capsules up there. What on earth? Oh, also, let's get the Ultra Hand ability out. Hey there, Klebus. Welcome on in, good sir. Good to see you. Hopefully you're doing well today. Hopefully you enjoy your stay. Well in both body and mind, but regardless, hope you enjoy your stay. If you guys don't know who Mr. Klebus is, you definitely should go check him out. He works really hard on his streaming content.
You hear that off in the distance, my senators and inductees? That is an ad storm. In about 5 minutes, it'll blow over us, and then we can get right back to the gaming. Thanks.
I was about to say, Mr. Klebus normally plays a lot of shooters, but does have some variety content. But Death Stranding is definitely a different kind of. I think you still shoot things in that, but it feels more like you shoot things in addition to other stuff. Dragon Age Inquisition can be a game that looks kind of like Death Stranding in some aspects, like the way ranged combat generally works anyway. But if you guys hadn't considered checking out his channel, please do so. He works really hard on it, and he could really use your support. Mr. Klebus on Twitch says, doing good, not much. That's good. That's good. Sometimes it's best if life is not super interesting. I feel like we live in interestingly dark times at the moment. Rasby says, I feel like doing only what's strictly necessary is perfectly fine too, regardless. I agree. I agree. Doing what is strictly necessary has no bearing on... It's not like a person who is wholly subsumed into the idea that free will doesn't exist, or someone who is operating purely by self-interest. They're not necessarily inclined to do only what is strictly necessary. That's the way I need to say it. It's just that often those things can be spoken of in the same sentence and no one will bat an eye because those things logically go together. Klebus on Twitch says, yes, Death Stranding mostly delivering packages. Gotcha. But it does have some shooting. Yeah, I have seen footage of Death Stranding, so I kind of know what game it is. I know what kinds of things people generally do in the game, like from a combat perspective, but not much else. Talk to me, Mr. Rauru. The Zonai devices were the pinnacle of our technology. We built an advanced civilization with them and flourished for many, many years. If you can master the use of the Zonai devices, your quest will be that much easier. I put words in his sentence. Now, you guys did hear that little advert alert where I cuffed my ear for a second. there will be a 3-minute segment of advertisements coming in. So I definitely recommend that everybody, grab a snack or go and stretch for a bit, or find some project to do. Once that timer off the intermission screen has disappeared, I should be right back and we can pick right back up where we left off. I have approximately 2 minutes before that comes into play. I just wanted to make sure I said that, and also to thank everybody, including Mr. Klebus, for coming in and chatting with me today. I also appreciate the fresh faces that have shown up today, like Mr. Starnum on YouTube, or I don't know what they are or what gender they are. So I appreciate Starnum on YouTube coming in with a subscription as well. Much appreciated. You guys have been awesome so far. We've had a lot of both rousing and not so rousing discussions today. Klebus on Twitch says, hoping to finish the game before the 26th of June. Good luck with that. And may there not be any more, or be any speed bumps in that regard. I remember having some speed bumps with Breath of the Wild, and we had to clear those before I finished them. I definitely pushed some streams longer than I should have to get it finished. Now, this is going to take me a hot second to kind of like look at. I can tell this is a Zonai device here, but we're going to assemble this after we come back from the commercial break. Though, what does standing on this do? I feel like you can just smack one of these, but how would you steer? I have zero idea. Anyway, this is something for Future Coin to think about once he comes back from the commercial break. See you guys after that. Sorry about that, everybody. Welcome on back. I am back. Hopefully we all got something we wanted out of the commercial break, whether that was getting up and stretching, or, you know, walking around, or telling a loved one how much you love them, so on and so forth. Whatever fits your fancy during the 3 minutes, because I got a beverage, because my coffee ran out, and, you know, a chance to stretch my legs more than anything. Klebus on Twitch says, no ads for me. Kappa. Ad blocker, right? There's no problem with that. I'm merely asking if it's because of an ad blocker or, you know, Twitch Turbo. I felt the sneeze coming on. You asked that thing about why Tom is doing what he's doing. If he comes up in chat, can you, like, restate that stuff? Sure. I just hope that it's... I'm not framing it as an attack or anything. I really don't want him to think that. We're just having conversation. That's all. Using Safari's built-in blocker, Klebus says. Gotcha. Yep. Smart chap. I don't blame anyone for doing that. Why do you think so many streamers are diversifying with merch or other things? It's because they know that people are using the ad blockers because it just makes too much bloody sense to do so. It makes too much bloody sense to do so. I hate that it's the case. I wish ads as a whole, like, I get why they exist. I just wish they were less intrusive. I'm sure you guys have heard about YouTube Premium now having selections of ads. Now, I have not experienced anything with YouTube Premium yet. Like, at all. That doesn't mean I couldn't start seeing ads sometime later. I very, very much could. And that would suck. You pay and get it. You still, Raspy says I still use uBlock Origin and got no ads anywhere. Smart man. You pay and get ads. This is funny. I mean, I don't pay. My folks pay. I'm very lucky and blessed to be able to enjoy, you know, the ad-free experience on YouTube. Let me just kind of like position myself. Hey there, Feral. Welcome on in. Wow, I turned my head for a second and missed that. I like that you could go back as well. But, hey there, Feral. Welcome on in, good sir. Good to see you. Hopefully you're doing well in both body and mind, and I hope you enjoy your stay. Feral says, it's Tom. Raspy mentioned you gave the tea house a shout out, so I figured, you know, you'd hop in for a bit. That is awesome. Yes, I don't do frequent shout outs, Mr. Feral, but I do in fact shout you guys out every so often, as even though I have not attended the group sessions yet, I haven't had the time, or it's not quite lined up for me. Raspy's also been keeping me informed separately of when the group sessions have been showing up. I really appreciate him for doing that. He definitely does not have to do that. But you guys have helped me more than I could possibly express in words. I still have a lot of issues, a lot of personal issues, but I kind of have to work through those by myself. Or it's something I definitely need a dedicated therapist for. We were talking about, in case Mr. Raspy has not told you, for any particular reason, we were discussing determinism. And it led to a discussion of free will in chat today, and that's kind of when your name came up, Mr. Feral. By the way, one other thing. What would you prefer me call you, Feral? Do you want me to call you Feral, Tom, or a different name? I'm quite the formal person when it comes to addressing people in chats. So if I know that people run by multiple names, I do tend to ask what people like to be called. Tom works very well, Tom. Thank you for clarifying that for me. Yeah, let's see, let me make sure. So I'm having to read over a bunch of what was said, but TLDR, when we discussed determinism, you know, I looked it up. Rasby was looking for my particular input on whether or not, you know, I knew what determinism was and what my general thoughts on it were. I had to look it up, which he basically answered his question. And then we proceeded to we started talking about determinism. I asked a few questions about it. That led into a discussion on free will. I forget whether I initiated it or it ended up earlier on in the discussion. I'm reading over everything that Rasby has said. But it eventually came into the part of the discussion where we were talking about service workers, where, you know, service workers like firefighters, nurses, and so on, you know, they aren't necessarily operating with biological, with the normal biological logic of not going into dangerous spaces or whatever. And I believe I posited the question of, you know, why these people do what they do. Now, that's about the point where the shout out happened, which I think is why you've entered the equation here, in addition to just the notification of the shout out. But I thought I would do my best to kind of like encapsulate where you fit into all this, Tom. And thank you again for stopping by. I'm going to read this text box and get us out of this, and then we'll continue. Maker Construct says, my duties today are complete. Are they? Oh, this is a rarity. It is unusual for me to receive visitors here. I assume you will require Zonai devices to descend the mountain. Would you like to use the device dispenser? Yes, I am manufacturing Zonai devices using this device dispenser. Do you see the bowl-like receptacle? Resources held in your hands can be deposited here. I'd accept resources such as construct horns and Zonai charges for processing. The altitude here is incredibly high. It is no easy task to descend the mountain. That is why I'm preparing wing-type Zonai devices. They are useful tools for making your descent. Zonai capsules are very convenient. They are a portable form of Zonai device that you can retrieve at any time. Appreciate the catching up. That was really considerate. No problem. And I'm sure I didn't exactly do the best job at that. I left out a lot of things that I felt would drag the explanation out. But I think I covered the basics. If Rasby feels up to it, he can fill in more gaps or like take a snapshot of the previous messages to send to you if he's so interested. I could also do that perhaps later after the stream is over. We have maybe 47 minutes because I typically stream 4 hours at a time starting at 1 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. But I wanted to make sure I at least gave you some due courtesy on that topic. And then I suppose to make sure I've involved everyone or allowed everyone a chance to speak, you know, I have two questions. First, for those that maybe are less less in the know, do you know what determinism is, or what the concept of determinism is? And I know like a 2-sentence or like a 2-sentence approximation of what it is. And I suppose the follow-up question after that would be, if you do you have thoughts on it? Like the idea that things can be predetermined and that things occur in the universe one way. Oftentimes determinism is used in tandem when talking about free will, but I think it could enter the equation or enter discussion some other way. I don't think it's limited to free will. It's just the most prominent application, as Raspy has been nice enough to share with us. Yeah, your description of it was accurate. Thank you. I appreciate that. It was only like 3 or 5 minutes talking about it anyway. Yeah, the discussion wasn't that long. If you condensed all the you took out all the dead time and it was just the strict responses. Yeah, 3-5 minutes works. I believe that's an accurate estimate of the time. I suggest that you deposit resources in the device dispenser before proceeding. Right. Yeah, so what devices are we getting out of this? So, welcome to Tears of the Kingdom, everybody. For those that aren't in the know or have not seen this yet, I do not want to put that in there. If you guys are familiar with Breath of the Wild, or maybe even if you haven't played Breath of the Wild, it is the open world variation in the Legend of Zelda franchise. It is a direct sequel to Breath of the Wild. And the unique thing about Tears of the Kingdom is that you build things in here. You couldn't really do that before with Breath of the Wild. You kind of just existed in the physics engine. Here, you can actually make things with the physics engine, and I will demonstrate that. What the heck is up there? I want to know what's up there, like, really badly. Yeah, I want to know what's up there, like, super bad, but I don't know if I can. I know what I can do. You just move the thing forward. Oh god, where I got caught up in what I was doing. Streamer brain, fog brain, it sets in. I get like this sometimes where I just legitimately do lose track of what I'm saying. I do my best not to, but it has been happening more frequently as of late. That's not a good thing. Get out of there, Link. Oh, right. I was explaining Tears of the Kingdom to the uninitiated. It's not Minecraft or anything, but if you've ever had an action-adventure game with a building component in it, that's this game. It's pretty fun. It is pretty fun. There's a bit of a learning curve associated with it. Associated with the game, as with any game, of course. But this one really has a learning curve on it. It not only tests your ability to understand the basic combat mechanics, but also your ability to engineer solutions that are both relatively complicated and quite simple. I over-engineered a solution to traversing a gap with a I essentially made I essentially used one too many platforms in my solution. I took a minecart, a fan, a wooden scaffold slash wooden planking, and two of those and two like giant metal hooks. Put them together into one device. I'll demonstrate kind of what this is now. Just gonna jump down and your goal with a power like this is to essentially make a different kind of device. Now, what does hitting this do? Nothing unless we have a different device. What? What am I missing here? Let me make sure I've not missed what anyone has to have said yet. Touching back on the YouTube ad thing for a moment, you know, like having premium and still getting ads anyway, yeah, that's very tragic. It didn't have to be this way, but you know what? Now that I think on it, because Google is like constantly worried about its, or is like in the middle of a monopoly lawsuit, I'm not surprised that YouTube is collectively getting worse. What is this? What do I attach to this? I'm sorry, what? We can take one of these wing things and put it on the ramp, but what happens now? I have zero idea what's gonna happen. You know what? I like it. Okay, this is good. Really good stuff, Nintendo. What am I gonna do with the platform, though? Yeah, you like the ad landscape has just gotten really, really bad. Let's dive off. What? I'm surprised I didn't die from that. Impressive. Let me read chat here so I don't miss out. Rasby says, I've been using, uBlock Origin, and you thought you'd lose support for it in the browser by now. Oh, like an end of file type, deal? When you start getting ads, you'll swap browsers most likely, or keep this one just for work or something. That's what I've seen a lot of people do lately. Feral on Twitch also says, yeah, I got ads and have you block Origin on Firefox. Gives you a bit of money, right? I mean, I don't know if it does. But honestly, whether I get money out of the ads or not, that's not really the point. Would it be nice if I got ad revenue out of that? Yeah, it would. But I realize what kind of, landscape we're in, and I'm not going to shame anyone for using whatever means they have at their disposal to block ads. If you guys notice, it's why I structure my ad breaks the way that I do. It's why I put a timer on the screen. If I were really determined to get any kind of ad revenue, I would definitely not do that. Like the entire design is to induce a fear of missing out. Like, you are supposed to treat the ads like they're part of a TV station or something. I don't do that. I don't want to induce FOMO in people. I think that's a really scummy business practice. So that's why I have the timer. I do it out of courtesy. So people that... I guess it's mostly so that people, whether or not they've paid into, a tier 1 subscription or whatever, they don't have to worry. The subscription is not a necessity, if that makes any sense. It's if people like what I do and like my personality or the things that we talk about, I want that to be the reason for a Twitch subscription. I don't want the I hate ads to be a reason for that. I want people to give money to me honestly and because they felt that I've earned it. And for no other reason. Rasby says that was a Minecraft diving moment. I would like to think so. I was quite certain that Link was gonna die there. Either that or Link hasn't skipped leg day. This dude does not skip leg day. Guaranteed. I have armor. Where is it? This dude is 22 and definitely does not skip leg day. He is very much a man in his prime. Something I wish I was, but... Oh yeah? You're also 22? Birthday was last week or so. Hold on, where do I have it? Happy belated birthday, good sir. I hope you did something fun for your 22nd birthday. Nice restaurant, or, you know, maybe spent time the way you really wanted to spend it. Already feeling the back pain from the very first minute, Kappa. We're all aging, everybody. I mean, you're getting older. Most people around that age would call me ancient as like a joke. I'm 33. I get like teased about it all the time. It's in good jest with my real life friends and everything, but I definitely roll my eyes every time they say it. My sibling teases me about it the most. And then I remind them, you're not that much younger than me, my lovely sibling. Yeah, you had a full weekend, cycled with a friend, and had a barbecue the next day with another friend? Nice! Nice. And had the graduation party the day after? It also went really well? Awesome. I'm glad you enjoyed yourself. Tom says he's turning 33 next month. I feel that. Yeah. I have seen the video of yourself that you've posted on the tea house. So you're definitely in better shape than me. Guaranteed. But I imagine, you know, regardless of whether you've kept up with your physical appearance or not, you know, age affects us all differently. It really, truly does. I feel like I'm in my upper 40s, mid 50s already. I am working on ways to, like, reduce how I feel about that, but... my family does have a history of, you know, degenerative discs, or typical knee, hip issues that start happening in, like, the mid 50s. Heck, my own sibling has, like, issues with their spine, and they had the issues for at least 2 to 3 years. Like, the genetics lottery hit my sibling really hard compared to myself. I feel really bad about that, but at the same time, I mean, that's life, right? It's really common in fraternal twins, where one sibling tends to kind of not hit the genetic lottery so much, and then the other one really, really does. Time will catch up with me. I have, You're what? A fraternal twin? Well, same here. Yeah, I have a younger sibling. I don't have a real twin, but I do have a sibling. I assume that's what fraternal means. I think I would have said identical if, you know, they looked like me. I want to make sure I'm not... I feel like I'm gaslighting myself, is what's happening. I'm raking my own certainty with doubt. But yeah, I'm the older sibling. I'm roughly 3 years older than them on paper. 2 years and 11 months if I'm being technical. I love my sibling very much. Same here. I know we're definitely not carbon copies. I know that for sure. But it's impressive that you can find someone who can kind of be your mirror in many ways. That's fascinating. How many other people are getting ready to turn 30 this year, or are in their 30s this year? Twin, you think, refers to being born at like the same time? Hold on. Crack out the phone, because otherwise I have like a very different definition of identical twin then. No worries. Identical twin means you have the same genetics, same sperm, eggs. Fraternal twins mean you were born at the same time, but we're from two different sperm or eggs. Ah, okay. Makes sense. No, definitely not. I guess I apparently was taught a much looser definition of a fraternal twin. Now I know. It might be the twin part and not the fraternal part. Yeah, I'm definitely the older sibling. A much looser time frame indeed. Yes, sorry, I didn't mean to cause a mix-up there. I guess I was just operating with a faulty, incorrect definition. Forgive me, please. Wow, I have learned something new, or not new, but I have learned something that has shattered a definition I held today. Thanks. Let's, I may have to wink out the, I may have to wink out the UI in a moment. Thank you for the latitude, Tom. Much appreciated. All right. Talk to me, game. Tell me what's going on. Sorry, let me try that again. Hot damn, I can't believe I've gone a full decade without the hotkeys. I was kind of able to just wink out certain parts of the display. That's been really nice. Now I can basically kind of do it within like the snap of a finger. Before I was actually clicking this stuff, I was pretty much on my game about that. Now I don't have to be. So let me make sure I've read everything. Macros are really nice. I look forward to using them a lot more. I have Sizzling Seal to thank for reminding me that I knew they existed, but he kind of spurred me to take the time to actually set the options. So now I have got the keys set. And since my soundboard is not bound to a number key, well, I can click that whenever I want, like this. Of course, I'll probably set a few things from my soundboard to the number keys, but that'll happen later when we're done streaming. NK on Twitch says, you would be right. Yeah, I had a suspicion that, you know, we weren't going to really get Zelda back. We were going to be just getting some power instead. Yeah, I think that was like a projection of her or an echo of her. I didn't think that was really Zelda more than anything. Oh, Link met that person behind the legend?
Sure, Jan.
Yeah, I suppose so. Mic muted. Thank you. Thank you. I am getting annoyed with my microphone. Like, sometimes I'll go and press the button and it straight up doesn't work, but I mean, that's a mechanical thing. That's not the mic isn't actually working. It is. It's just the mechanical button sometimes doesn't. It's very frustrating. Recall. Reverse an object's movement until it goes back to where it was. You can stop the reverse movement at any time. Oh, aren't we back? No, we're not. Recall. The ability to reverse the movement of an object through time. Why do I feel like this is an Ocarina of Time reboot? I don't know, maybe it's just me. And Zelda has vanished as well. Rasby says, on my mute unmute buttons, I also bind a sound effect so I know it works. Like how muting, unmuting on Discord works. I don't know if I can necessarily set it up the same way. I have a Blue Yeti microphone, so there's like a button you press on the front. But maybe it must be possible to cue a sound to when the mic is open rather than when an external button is pressed. That may, now that I'm thinking about, if it's hardware only, then likely not. But you can do a software mute. Yep, I can also do a software. I said something and I had clicked the little thing already. So yeah, OBS has one. But my microphone just also comes with a built-in. You can do a soft what, Kappa? I can also just mute it in the software. Softly muted. Maybe that's what I should do, is actually cue the microphone and stop pressing this thing. Actually, I should write that down. Thank you, Mr. Rasby. You have given me a notice. There is no way to ever know what was being said in those 500 milliseconds. You darn right. And I'll take that secret to my grave. Where is... I had a Padlet here. 1 second, everyone. Of serious note, now that I'm done quipping about that, you really didn't miss anything in those 500 seconds. I just went on about the software mute. Set macro on software. Okay, I have that written down later. Thank you again, Mr. Raspy. Because now that I basically, all of, like, me winking and putting stuff out is basically done through the number pad. I don't have, like, a stream deck or anything. But Sizzling Seal basically told me he uses his number pad, so I have it kind of set up similar. So that, like, it's certainly not instantaneous, and if I had a stream deck, I'd try to put it more directly in front of me, but the keyboard's a pretty close facsimile, I have to say. What you just saw, if it's a mystery even to me. Perhaps it was a sort of echo, one that reflects her sheer will. Now that you've been given this ability, no doubt it will prove important. Now our adventure log has actually been updated. We should read. After visiting the 3 shrines, you return to the Temple of Time. Its door opened to you, open to your touch, no longer denying you entry. Somehow, your new arm was truly revitalized enough in those shrines. In the Temple of Time, you approached an altar, and in a flash of light, you found yourself with Princess Zelda. That is, with some phantasmal floating version of her. She took your hand and gave you an ability to control time that's known as recall. Now the temple's deeper mysteries await you. Man, this really does feel like a Skyward Sword kind of soft reboot. You guys know do you guys know what I'm talking about with that? Skyward Sword is an installment. It's my favorite installment. I've talked about it on numerous occasions in the Legend of Zelda franchise, and in there, it kind of, the story is definitely simpler, but it definitely explains, oh, you know, the princess has sealing powers, and it is rumored that she's sort of able to control time. And I feel like this is that game made a bit more manifest, because you have to go through, and I like it. You could just stop this. What? Oh, you have to actually let it play out. Okay, okay. Learning has happened. Is there... Oh, I feel like there's something back there. Okay, no, this is actually... This feels more like a dungeon. I was wondering if I had maybe stepped into a shrine or some instance area, but I actually think... I forget that this game actually has proper dungeons. So that's what I think we've actually set foot into. The goddess statue smiles upon you. There she is, the goddess Hylia, and all of her splendor. The adventure log say anything? Now, the temple's deeper mysteries await. Oh no, why do I feel like I don't have enough health? Am I missing something? This door stands as a test of your own overall vitality. Ah, there you are. You remain in a weakened state. You're not yet strong enough to open it. But there is one more shrine on this island. There you can get another blessing. If you add that to the other blessings you received at shrines and offer them all to the goddess, you might just find your way forward after all. Let me see the Purah Pad. The Purah Pad lets you travel to certain places instantly. Now, see all of the blue marks on your map? You can travel instantly to any of them. I'd suggest the one at the bottom of your map. Use the travel function to reach that area quickly. You'll find the last of this shrine's islands somewhere around there. Rauru said you can't open the door at the back of the temple because you're still too weak. You need to get one more Light of Blessing at the island's final shrine to offer at the goddess statue. The shrine is marked by a bright dot on the map. You can go near there instantly with the Purah Pad's travel feature. Just want to make sure I catch this. This is, if you guys want to know more about my intentions with this particular game, for those of you on Twitch, if you want to type in exclamation mark Tears of the King, or not all that, I'm sorry, exclamation mark TOTK goals, all lowercase, all one word. That's TOTK GOALS. Or you can type in exclamation mark Firebot commands to get a list of all the commands. But that is essentially our goal. We are going for the full completion, 100% experience. And part of that experience, even though it's not... Usually that type of thing isn't explicitly counted in the full experience, is the dialogue. I want to make sure I've caught all the dialogue. Thank you very much for a demonstration of that. Both Feral and NK plays. I'm surprised that took. Ooh, that's interesting. Okay. So actually, the one nice thing about Firebot is that it'll actually catch. It doesn't need to be an exact argument. If I don't set it as an exact argument, you guys can write a full sentence, and as long as it's at the beginning, it'll still do that, as both NK and Raspy have just demonstrated. I know Firebot has an option that will let you... What's missing, though? I know it has an option to where it will only take exact arguments. So for example, one of the things I can do in the channel on Twitch is I can cut on and cut off the soundboard. I'll demonstrate that right now. And what I mean by that, I guess I should explain a little bit better than what I just did. If you guys type in, if you guys look at the channel point rewards underneath the chat panel. Oh, I actually never turned them back on. You'll notice that right now, I only have the standard Twitch rewards. Let me actually revert that so you guys can see the actual stuff in there. That command is what is known as a sub-command in Firebot, and the sub... Exactly. The sub-command requires an extra argument attached at the end. So if I don't type in... if I don't type in the word revert, I just kill the soundboard, and it stays that way. And for those wondering what the heck that noise was, that particular soundboard redemption is unused dialogue from Elden Ring. There's a boss, his name is Moog, and Moog, the Lord of Blood, counts, that's, believe it or not, 6 in Latin is sex. So the original countdown for one of his abilities, it has like a voice line associated with it. And the voice actor originally counted from 6. Sex, quinque, quattro, and then all of that stuff. In the actual game, you'll never hear it because it's cutting room floor material. I can definitely... It is actually pretty funny. I'm not going to lie. I imagine the reason they cut that out was partly because 6 seconds of your HP getting zapped periodically is a problem. Like the ability countdown was just too long. But also, specifically sex, if you want to market that to like teenagers, you need to get rid of that word. You need to not count from that specific number. You cannot count from 6 in Latin and not have raised eyebrows. I totally get it. It's a corporate bottom line thing. But it is funny. Replace 6 with I mean, you can do... I did not mean to do that. So we're back here at the Room of Awakening. Last time that wasn't a shrine. This time it is like a proper shrine. Let me get back up here. And then on that platform. This is demonstrating the ability a whole bunch. Yeah, I've got a whole bunch of sound redemptions. Anything, for those of you on Twitch, I don't have anything like this on YouTube. Sorry. If you look at the channel point rewards, anything in pink is just a sound bite. You can click, you can spend channel points, and that's all it does. It's a sound bite. If you want to actually have me do something, like, I don't know, you want to tell me I got to sit up straight for 5 minutes, there's one called Posture Check that'll do that for you. If you want me to say, take off my glasses, that's a thing I can do. I'm going to hate it, but you guys have the ability to do that. There are all kinds of stuff. Feel free to poke around in there if you want. It's not required, of course, but there are some juicy redemptions in there. I've got a few more soundboard ones I'm going to put in. Specifically because I found a few clips that I thought were really funny. Extra funny. Oh no, let's not do that. Okay, where else are we going though? Do we have to climb on top of this thing or what? Nice. Dang it. I feel like I was close.
You shall tell me everything I want to know.
What justifies the existence of this reward? In the shrine? In the Room of Awakening? Yes. So I've also attached soundboard things to the purple ones. The purple ones just have me do something. Oh, it's the channel point reward? Yeah. I mean, funny, haha. Everyone likes... a lot of people like soundboard stuff. Oh, you get a cursor. Interesting. I did not know it was that specific. I thought it was the typical shenanigans with Breath of the Wild style powers. Interesting. Okay, I gotta think about where this is going. Sorry, I'm trying to like do 3 things at once here. Yeah, sound effects are cool. You also had them on your own stream. You spend a lot of time picking out specific ones and add a random sound effect award. Ooh, I should do that. not exactly like that. I don't want to steal, but you have given me a great idea. As soon as I can find my little slip of paper. You can give me written permission. As long as you're giving me permission to do that, that's fine. I don't want to just steal things from people. Because it's plagiarism, right? It's plagiarism. I don't want to plagiarize things. Like, at all. Sorry, I'm writing things down. Yeah, sure, do it, but don't forget about me when you become super rich. You got it. You got it. I'll make sure everyone knows that you're a contributor to the idea. I'll put it right in the reward information. That way nobody will forget. I think that's fair. Ferrari? Listen, your boy is not couldn't even afford a car. If I ever get a Ferrari, assuming the world doesn't go to complete nonsense, like a complete hell in a handbasket, yeah, I will consider sending a Ferrari. Of course, by then you will probably be a grizzly older man, and probably have your own modes of transportation. And if not, then hey, Ferrari. You could take the lawyer and give a toy Ferrari. I could do that, but that's mean. That's super mean. I will appreciate it. You'll remember. Okay, so like, what's the point of this? You've given me a power, but why? Or wait, no. Actually, now that I'm looking at it, you were going the right way? Okay. I feel like I was going the wrong way. But if you're telling me it's right, it's right. Okay, then I have to... Okay, I have to, like, think about this. I should be remembering all of my abilities. There's a hole. You also had 5 random sound effects in a row, but you don't recommend it. I will bear the pitfalls of that in mind. Thank you. There's a hole. Okay, let me... No, I don't want to do that. Hole. There's a hole. Somewhere there's a hole. Okay, let me look around for a hole then. Oh, I never asked. I'm sorry, Tom. Raspy asked me to reiterate something when you got here. I think if you recall the conversation I told you about, where we were talking about determinism and free will, and your name entered that. Like one statement that popped out of that was specifically why you do what you do with the tea house. Of course, I'm extremely grateful that you do it and everything, but I find that specifically as it relates to, like, I feel like psychologists can also fall into or anything dealing with the human psyche, and people are helping with that, can kind of fall into the same like motivations. Why do people help one another even when perhaps helping folks can be, you know, oh god, no, yeah, I messed that up. I'm trying to do two things at once again. You know, why might you do what you do? Yeah, Razby asked me to ask that to you, if I recall the discussion correctly. Mr. Raspy is more than welcome to clarify if he wants, but I don't want to pressure you into answering that question either, Tom. I just wanted to make sure that, you know, I had not yet forgotten that. Thank you for the reminder. Okay, there's a hole. Is it across here? Oh, you didn't ask me to ask, Tom? Okay, then I clearly misremembered. You just did that out of nowhere? I was also surprised you brought up the tea house. I found that pretty cool, because I wasn't the one who mentioned it. Fair enough. Okay, there's the hole. Is it at the top? Is that why there's a climbable surface? I guess we're gonna find out. I don't think it's this. I feel like I'm definitely I'm not seeing something. But no, it's not at the top. Okay. Oh, is it over there? Let me not drop down. Is that it across from there? I'm trying to use the pad to, like, see something. It's on the other side of the gears. Other side of the gears, you say? Oh, do you mean, like, behind them? Or, like, across from them? So I'm definitely not seeing something. It's okay. This is part of what the games like this are about. You're definitely meant to struggle. Breath of the Wild, I would say I kind of have given you guys a bit of a different experience with that, because I knew like 65% of the game and how it worked. Here, I don't really know what I'm doing. I know some of what I'm doing. I know the combat mechanics, but not everything. Just keep doing the gear parkour very well. Tom says, so for you, it's because you struggled a lot with feeling understood and belonging, and you wanted to make a space that you could have really used when you were younger. Fair. It's very healing to be able to help other people in the way that I wish I had. Yeah, I could definitely understand that. I feel that on some personal level too. So thank you. Granted, I'm not taking effective advantage of it, but just in my short span of time that I've been there, like occasionally answering questions of the week or talking about something that someone has expanded on after I've said something has been very therapeutic. Okay, it's not at the top. I'm gonna get where I'm not moving on something and I can maybe see. Let me try fiddling around with some other things. Aha! So there is... We can, like, grab these. I don't think that's the answer. I'm surprised that you can ultra hand the gear, though. Face the wall and then look left. Oh, it's literally up here. It's literally up here. Wow, that blended in really well for me. I am so sorry about that. I can't believe I was fumbling that so hard. Thank you, NK. Much appreciated. I'll try to do shoutouts for the tea house more often. I think I'm gonna leave like the prospect of linking to someone, like linking the Discord invite or whatever to someone a bit more trusted than myself. I'm still new, but I have at least been talking about it. Yeah, helping others can make things nice for yourself too. Rasby says that he spends a lot of effort trying to be a wholesome person IRL and inspire people. I get a lot of that, and he gets a lot of that back. Good. Good. It's nice to be rewarded for that. As I've said, I live in a space where I routinely bump into anti-therapy. It's the best way I know to describe it. Constantly beating my head, trying to persuade people that, you know, things in my slice of terra firma are not going real well. But that's as much as I want to say. I've been trying to watch the political stuff, like, watch what I say. I don't want to say more than that. Feral says, WTF, that looked like a place that would have been an invisible wall. It did. It's not so much that I couldn't have spotted it. It's just the ambient lighting, right? Like, there's fog. The place is dark. The details are very intentionally obscured, which I think is really good. In the sense that if you're wanting to obscure something, this would be how you do it. That Choya's Shrine. Interesting. Okay, let's talk to people. I see a Guardian Steward right here. Yeah, Rasby says he definitely noticed a change recently before we talk about politics and stuff nonstop. Well, it's not good for my mental health, A. I mean, and B, you know, it's not so much the political stuff, it's more of the specific circumstances I find myself in as a US citizen and everything. Hey there, Average Gamer on YouTube. Welcome on in. Good to see you. Hopefully you're doing well in health and in spirit today, and I hope you enjoy your stay. Oh, we're overtime already. I am... Your question is, how far along in the game am I? We're about to do the final shrine in the Great Sky Island. That we're getting ready to do that, but before that, we are kind of looking into a refinery and everything. We're still kind of poking our nose around. And Rasby thinks that is a cool name. It is a cool name. I like it. There are very few of those these days. Most people are too busy caught up in some ideological divide to be an average gamer. At least in my opinion. As hot of an opinion as that might be. Steward Construct says, this is a crystal refinery. I can take your crystallized charges and use them to produce energy wells. What? An energy well can increase the capacity of the energy cell you are carrying. This increased capacity will allow you to use Zonai devices for longer periods. I can produce these energy wells for you if you bring me crystallized charges. Shall I begin production, or would you like me to begin explaining crystallized charges? We had one of the stewards talk about refined zonite earlier, how it sometimes produces a crystallized charge, but the steward did not go over how the charges came into being. So this is, I guess, is that other half of the process. Rasby says the name is pretty indicative of some level of expertise. It certainly is. I looked into the origin, like the outside origins of my name. I have a personal story with why my username is Coinstamp. I think Rasby might be one of the few individuals that has some passing familiarity with it. But I recently learned that that is the name of a banking kiosk. Specifically, I did not know that Coinstamp was an actual service name. I thought a simple compound word like that was not did not belong to any kind of, you know, service or whatever. I guess it's amazing what you find out when you do a little bit of Google searching. Assuming I made sure I typed -AI. I happened to type in my username accidentally, and you know, I made sure I used -AI, but even then, I think I feel like there's some level of deception being engaged with the AI. Oh yeah, hell yeah, your legacy lives on. I still remember when it was Coinstamp 180. Rasby says, that was a long time ago. The battle royale between all the 180 coin stamps took place, and you were the one who got on top. Well, by definition, because the others wouldn't be here. Yeah, right. That's not really my origin story, and we're over time, so I don't really quite want to get into that again. But maybe perhaps tomorrow, assuming folks are here and interested, I can talk about that a bit. The origin story is not particularly that involved, but the history behind that name for me is. We could leave a cliffhanger to give a reason for people to come back again tomorrow, Kappa. Tell me about the crystallized charges, Mr. Construct. Yes, crystallized charges are materials used in the creation of energy wells. They are made by processing zonite. Also, if anyone has been listening to me for a while, like over mic and everything, can you do me a favor and, you know, tell me how my speaking speed is, like how fast I'm speaking? Am I at a reasonable cadence for everyone? I had someone come in yesterday and tell me I was speaking too quickly for them to understand. So I thought I would try lowering my speaking rate a bit and, you know, seeing if conversations were less, you know, less confusing, because I am quite the chatterbox. About 80 words per minute, but sometimes 50 or 60 words per minute. Yeah, I'm not very good at, you know, keeping my speed consistent yet, but I hope that makes me, for those of you that have been here a while, I hope that I'm easier to understand as a result. It's a very bad estimate, probably. I mean, you put a number to it. That's better than I would have been able to do. I mean, I understand you pretty quickly, but it's probably a case of the word usage more than the rate of speaking. That's fair, but it depends a lot on the watcher. Mileage may vary. Definitely. Definitely so. Before I get caught up, Average Gamer, if you're still here, you know, how are things in your slice of terra firma? And what level of experience / familiarity do you have with Tears of the Kingdom, if and you don't mind my asking? I wanted to make sure I didn't just leave you hanging there. Rasby says, on Twitch says, if you optimize for them, you might de-optimize for someone else. That's fair. That's fair. But I know I tire out with my normal rate of speech. Like, if I don't have something, give me half an hour, and I can be a little bit beyond my depth in terms of speaking. Ugh. Let's keep going. I believe I already read this sentence. So Zonite can be excavated, even in the mining cave on this island. You could be a university here, a university teacher. I could, and then a whole bunch of my students would fail, and then I would be scraping by on whatever tenure and research contracts were not being annulled by the U.S. administration. It would be a fantastic existence, quote unquote. Feral on Twitch says, yeah, for me it's fine, and I actually prefer faster since you listen to stuff at 2 times speed when you watch. Ooh, that's interesting. Faster, huh? Okay, so what I'm learning is, now that I've actually asked this question, we've had some interesting input on it. I guess I'm going to find out as I ask other people to, you know, like fill in the same question. Like, I want to like collect data on this. I want to get a general idea of, do people think I need to speak faster or slower? So this is all useful data. Thank you guys for answering this. NK says, I'm going to start streaming when you are about. Well, that means I will be seeing less of you then, but good luck with your streaming journey. I hope that, you know, everything works out. About to stop, so I need to know when I will stop. NK, my schedule is 1 p.m. to 5 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. I have definitely pushed on for entirely too long. But yeah, normally 5 p.m. Eastern Standard Time is my cutoff. If you're wanting to know for like matching purposes or whatever. Rasby on Twitch says, but then you'd have to be paid half, because half the classes would be disclaimers about the material not being in the literal perfect form. Kappa, yeah, I hear you. And then since that is specifically at someone else, I do not read those. Even in the mining cave on this island, though there is very little left here, it is unlikely you will find enough to produce an energy well. Greater concentrations can be found in the distant depths of the world below. It was originally mined from there. That completes the explanation. Shall I produce energy wells for you? The production will require at least 100 crystallized charges. Return when you have collected a sufficient amount. One note regarding the zonite required to process crystallized charges. The mines on this island have nearly run dry. I doubt there is enough left to produce an energy well. But there is more to be had. Check the distant depths of the world below. That is its original source. Okay, but before that, I'm gonna like come over here and see that we have this huge track for gliding out to the distant islands. And if I look, we can kind of tell what we're being set up to do here. That's cool. Rasby says, I'm on Twitch says, I'm sorry class, I brought colored markers and such, but the marker on my upmost very right has a slightly lower contrast saturation compared to the average one. I'm really sorry, and we'll bring a better marker next time. I don't know if I would have used that many words. But yeah, that is something I would say. You know, I might quip about the marker running dry or something. Jokes aside, it's good that you're aware of stuff. It's a nice skill to have. It feels like a burden. It feels like a curse. I'm not going to lie. I feel cursed with the level of self-awareness I have. It's something that both my sibling and I have talked about a lot. Because we both have the same issue. I'm going to park us inside the shrine, and then we're going to wrap up, because I want to save, and I got to figure out dinner. I've not eaten at all today. Like, at all. So, I definitely need to eat something. The ability to rewind. Ah, this is what it's like when Rauru isn't mentioning something we have to do. Let's go ahead and save that. Raspy says, yeah, I wanted to bring a more accurate example, but Twitch only allows so many words. Fair. Fair. You can definitely see it, but I'm going to at least finish reading everything. I don't want to leave you guys hanging. I could definitely see it being both a curse and a blessing, but you can also see it definitely as mostly a curse. I see it as both. I know how I quipped about it. I do see it as both. There are some things I definitely would not have stopped doing unless I were aware of them. Too many things in my personal history for me to talk about, but it's the reason. Let me say it this way. Me being self-aware is why it contributes to why I have the gift among my family members for being able to blend in to so many different spaces. I'll talk about that more next time. But I do kind of have a gift for that. I can blend in a lot of different social circles because I'm aware that I have to speak differently. But that's as much as I'm going to say about it. Raspy says, oh my god, yeah, I hope you feel well. Yeah, I woke up a little bit late, slept late, so I'm kind of off kilter today. And I think my body is telling me that. And then Feral says, go get yourself some food. Yes, sir. Take care of yourself. Gotta do the outro. But I hear ya. I will definitely do that. Guys, in the interest of getting food, I'm gonna cut and run. My name is Coinstamp. Most people call me Coin. It's really easy to say. Thank you guys so much for hanging out with me today. Thank you for the subscriptions on YouTube. Thank you for all the excellent chatter and conversation today. You guys have been awesome. I do this pretty much every day of the week, Monday through Friday, 1 p.m. to 5 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. I realize I'm not streaming at amenable Eastern European times or anything, but it is what it is. Before I go, I'll shield the Discord. I don't see any new chat. Oh, also, I can't do this with YouTube anyway. Social Stream Ninja's having some issues. Oh my goodness. Thank you so much for the anonymous subscription. And of course, because they're anonymous, I will not be putting alerts on that. But truly, thank you. Because it's anonymous, I can't put your name on a plaque or anything, but I want you to know that that means the world to me. Thanks. That said, and to Canon QXQ, I hope you enjoyed the Tier 1 ad-free watching that comes along with the Tier 1 subscription. That is awesome. Along with all the emotes, including this one. I worked really hard on this one, and I have a few other animated emotes that are available at that subscription tier. But you guys have been awesome. I pretty much... I'm floored. Sorry, let me actually get to concluding the outro. I don't know what I wanted to say. My words cut off. Either way, see you around. Yes, sir. Very well, Mr. Rasby. See you later, my lovely senator. Hopefully sooner rather than later. But why am I blanking on this? My lovely senators and inductees, do stay safe. Do take care of yourselves. You're welcome back in my hallowed halls anytime, whether that be my Discord or in my DMs on, say, X, Blue Sky, what fits your fancy. All that stuff will be below me in the About Me section on Twitch, or for you guys on YouTube, it's in the link tree in the description. But with that, Stay safe out there, and goodbye.